All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming to DEFCON First 2024. As you guys can see, it's a bit of a smaller setup this year. We're glad to be here at the Fontainebleau, even in this setup. However, thanks to this being a new venue and some growing pains with the venue in DEFCON, as you guys noticed, we've had to change the way that we operate a little bit. So I just want to address the elephant in the room real quick. First off, we've obviously limited capacity to the suite. So what that means is we are limiting essentially to about 15 to 20 people in the suite at any given time. That's why we decided to stream the talks live on YouTube. We want to make sure people can come, attend, see, ask questions, even if they can't make it into the suite due to our limited capacity. It's not the way we wanted to operate, but we got some requests from the hotel. We want to make sure that we're good partners to them and that we're good representatives for not only our community, but the DEFCON community. And so we're working with them just to make sure that we can continue to hold our show and hold it this year and next year, right? We want to make sure that we can come back and do what we need to do. So the way that we're going to be operating is we will allow up to 15 or 20 people in the suite at a time. We're going to ask the attendees limit their time in the suite just to make sure that anybody can cycle through and come in. If you're here, you're allowed to get booze and either drink it here, take it to go. You guys have paid for access to the suite, so as long as you're 21, we're happy to give you drinks to go. That's still available for everyone. If you want to come up, we will have runners downstairs in the lobby standing by the Cartier Leopard. As long as you're by that Leopard, we will find you, bring you up as long as there's room in the suite. If there's no room in the suite, maybe ask to wait downstairs for a little while we make room, right? Anything else on hotel? I think that's it. Tonight we will be doing the charity auction. So that starts at 3 p.m. directly after our talks. More information to come. We want to make sure that people can still bid, obviously, and get their prizes, even though we have limited capacity in the suite.
Who's the charity?
So yeah, our charity for this year is the Center Las Vegas. They are a charity that we've worked with in the past. I think 3 years ago was the last time. They're a local LGBTQ center. A lot of DEFCONfers that are locals are also members and work with the center. Great charity. We've supported them in the past, and we're happy to be supporting them again. And now I'm going to pass to Patrick, our treasurer, to talk about store and our stream.
So thank you for bearing with us on the live stream there. It is on a tablet webcam that is now leaning against a very jank contraption. Probably if anyone wiggles too much, it'll fall over, but at least we got it working. We weren't planning to live stream our talks, but again, like you said, we're trying to make the best of the situation we have. So it seems to be working. I can see the chat. There's a couple people in there.
Oh, yeah.
But other than that, we still have plenty of badges available in the suite if you're able to come by. Like you said, the rally point to come up is the leopard on the wall that's between the elevators in the Fontainebleau and the high limit slots. There's a big leopard printed on the wall there. We'll have volunteers ready to bring you up when there's space in the suite. Also, due to this sort of awkward situation of this not so free-flowing people coming in and out, what we're going to do is everything that we have left over badge-wise for this year, we're going to put on the online swag shop that we have. As soon as I get home, I have a count. I'll update that. You can order it online. We'll ship it directly to you. We're also going to put up our t-shirts that we have this year. We have a more maroon shirt with this lion design. We also have a green shirt that has the Guitar Warrior from Mad Max, but it's a cheetah with a computer keyboard guitar. It's a pretty cool design. Those will be available on the store after the show for $30. And then we're going to put up all of our inventory of old t-shirts that we would normally sell in the suite at a discounted rate of $20 on the store. All of this will just get shipped to you if you order it online. And I think we're going to try and put on our old badge blinks that we still have on hand. So keep an eye out on that. We'll post a link on Twitter and in our announcement channel on Telegram for when we get that live on the store. What else?
I think we covered mostly everything. Yeah, I think that hits all of our points. Thank you all for being here. We're really happy to have the opportunity to do this again, even in our limited capacity. You guys are really what make this show. We're super happy to do this again, and we will be starting our first speaker at 11 a.m. Thank you, everyone.
10 minutes.
You can change that with the GoPro too if you want to get that surface out of it.
That's recording.
live.
Awesome. All right. Allow me to present our first speaker, Ginji Tarano, and his talk, Digital Exploration and Forensics in the Cloud and Other Nodes. Ginji, take it away.
Hi, I hope all of you can hear me on the stream. I hope this is appropriate volume. Hi, my name is Ginji, and like Janae said, this is digital exploitation of forensics in the cloud and other nodes, or DEFCON, to be kind of silly. I tried to take in some feedback that I had this really technical. So I was getting into things like MFTs and how to comb through hard drive images and manually do forensic digging on them and data recovery. And then I was told, hey, maybe we should make it a bit more accessible. And so what I did was I tried to frame this in a little bit of a story. But one of the aspects of the story was it was going to be a bit more interactive and interact with the audience. But unfortunately, now that we're kind of in a limited capacity here, that doesn't work quite as well. So it's going to be a little awkward. But I'll do my best, and I'll try to maybe throw a couple bones of technical details here and there, and kind of push the story through. It might make things a little bit shorter, but feel free to stop me at any point during the presentation with questions. I'm told the moderator will kind of yell them out if you guys need some clarifications on some stuff. All right, thanks. So I have some learning objectives that I put in here for everyone. On the button. So the first thing that we're going to cover is what digital forensics are and kind of their application in both personal and professional means. And then we're going to go over a little bit of the technical overview of what they are, and then finally we're going to go ahead and we're going to see how we can apply what those sorts of use cases and features are in a kind of corporate environment. So who am I and why should you trust me? Well, I am one of Carmen Sandiego's file henchmen. I just recently stole the Leaning Tower of Niles, if anyone knows where that is. Over in Niles, Illinois, there's a replica of the Leaning Tower at Pisa that they call the Leaning Tower of Niles. So I decided to, do this all Carmen Sandiego theme and pixelate it and do all the fun stuff. But all things aside, on a personal level, I've personally recovered data from foreign file systems and documented how some of these systems work and written some file system, some Fuse modules, as well as I've been personally involved in both personal and professional data collections for legal purposes. So I guess to start out, let's discuss what digital forensics are. So if you look around online, you're going to see a couple of very wild and different definitions of what it actually means. So I kind of trimmed it down to be a little more general and a little more applicable to what this talk is. And here I'm going to basically be saying I'm treating forensics as exploiting properties of how something works or features of how it works in order to accomplish a new goal with it or evoke a new feature from it. So some of the uses of digital forensics in a personal level, there's the obvious, recover a deleted file. There's file corruption that you can go ahead and find, file fragments and correct things that way, or look at checksums and be able to estimate what parts of things got corrupted and try to fix those. Let's see, we've got, yes, you can access data directly on certain devices to get access to pieces of data you might not normally get. So I talked briefly about things like alternative data streams and stuff like that. Let's see. Obviously, there's backups and reconstructing historical information. So Microsoft recently put out Microsoft Recall. That basically takes screenshots of your screen every 5 minutes or so, and then it goes ahead and constructs a forensic trail of everything you've been doing on your computer that can then subsequently be discovered by you or someone else, so that you can recall what you've been doing in the past. And then there's a dynamic process analysis. So you're writing an application, and you need to go ahead and inspect the memory or a memory dump and figure out what exactly happened here. So you might get a blue screen. You might have to comb through that information to find out what caused your blue screen to happen on Windows. And then obviously there's metadata analysis. So let's say you take a picture somewhere. You want to go ahead and create something in mass. You say, I want all the pictures taken here in fabulous Las Vegas. So if that metadata exists, we're able to exploit that property and grab all of that without actually opening up the contents of the file and doing some crazy lookups. And then there's the obvious AI training for everything nowadays. So in a professional level though, the big usage here is like legal investigations, employee investigations, malware analysis is one, in particular that's a big thing for national labs. So national labs will do malware analysis. They'll do dynamic malware analysis where they'll run malware in a sandbox and see how it actually works without having to sit down and tear it apart line by line in the code. There's obviously, like we said before, data recovery. Stenography, oh my god, I cannot say that word. That's hiding data inside of other data. Three-letter agencies are really cool. So you can do some really interesting things if you understand how different types of files work. So let's say you have a WAV file. Like you've got Britney Spears, oops, I did it again. You're going to go ahead and normalize all the peaks and valleys to even numbers. And then you're going to take a super secret message and you're going to convert the bit stream of that message and encode that in the peaks and valleys. So your odd peaks can be ones and your even peaks will be zero. And so you can test this out in mass distribution. Everyone will think that you're just giving out, oops, I did it again. But in reality, you're passing out a super secret message that only people that know where to look will actually be able to find it. So there's some really cool exploitations you can do with hiding data inside of other files. So that's a really cool aspect. Three-letter agencies you go ahead and use. And you might not even know you're being a data mule. In this case, you throw it on LimeWire and you're distributing massive data. Let's see, and then and then the obvious archival purposes. So being able to know when certain files have changed. If any of you are involved in disaster recovery, data backup is super important. But taking a snapshot of everything in a monolithic manner every time is really, really, really space intensive and really slow. Wouldn't it be great to know, hey, only this data changed between this checkpoint and this checkpoint? Let's only store that data. So that's one of the other things that we can leverage that forensics helps us do. It sounds overly broad and it might not sound like it's forensics, but these are actually aspects of things that all exist on the file system level that you might not even realize are actually there and built in to things like NTFS, for example, has an archive bit. Like, yes, I've already archived this file, and if something changes it, that bit gets unset, and then you know that file is automatically changed. So it's almost like a free way of knowing exactly what has changed inside of a backup set. So it's really kind of cool. So I mentioned I'm going to kind of frame this in a little bit of a story here. So we've got an employee, Bob. Bob's been suspected of embezzlement at his company. Really bad, Bob. Really, really bad. Why would you do that? So the company placed Bob on an administrative leave and wants to conduct an investigation on what went on and make sure that they are charging Bob accordingly. So what's going to happen? Well, first, Bob's digital corporate account stuff is going to kind of get frozen in time, and then a forensic agent is going to take and do what's called like the imaging process. And imaging process is taking a bit-by-bit image of all of his digital assets, and then it's going to combine it into a file. You guys might have seen like an ISO file, ROM files for like a video game or something like that. This is pretty much the exact same thing. Whether or not it's encrypted or not doesn't matter. An image is just a bit-for-bit copy of what's on there. That's it. Whether or not you can use it, that's the next step. Let's see. So then legal is going to ask you to go ahead and make sure that none of his data goes through routine document destruction. So let's say it's been 30 days since Bob has logged into his account, and this investigation is still ongoing. Investigations happen for years. Well, the company may have a policy where after 30, 60, 90 days, you just delete Bob's stuff because you assume he's not working for you. Well, you want to exempt Bob from that so you can make sure that that data doesn't go away. And then after that, legal's going to go ahead and say, all right, now that you have all of Bob's stuff in hand, here's what we want you to look for. So they're going to give you a list of terms and date ranges to apply against all of Bob's digital stuff that you've gone ahead and collected. So we'll get into the nitty-gritty. Sorry, I'm getting adjusted on the fly here. So the first thing legal does is they don't have any real insight into what a forensic agent is going to be doing. So they're going to hand you a bunch of terms. So in this scenario, legal is handing you out, a Swiss bank account number that they suspect activities happening with. They're going to be going ahead and giving you several dollar amounts for invoices that they're curious about. The names of people that Bob works with. And then several other key words that they think are related to these incidents. And then they're going to give you a date range of when they think this activity's been happening. Because if you look through all of Bob's stuff, it's going to be years and years, maybe even decades before you finally get to the bottom of everything. So you really have to kind of narrow the haystack down a little bit. So that's what's going on. So we're going to go through Bob's stuff, and we're going to go ahead and shrink down this little universe of data and get that off to the legal team and let them do their thing. We can go on and do it again over and over and over and over. So, as we're going through all of this with the legal department, we have a couple of Bob's assets. The first thing we have is his corporate laptop, his corporate cell phone, and then we have access to his cloud storage and his email. I have some guidelines out there right now about what their data retention policies are and stuff like that. That's going to be part of the more interactive bit of it, but since we're kind of abridged right now, that's not going to make too much of a difference. I'll kind of hand wave a little over that stuff. All right, so now how do we get started with having those assets in hand? So I've gone ahead and outlined several quote-unquote missions for us that will be taken care of. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and look at what we have to do to create this forensic image. So first thing you have to realize is BitLocker is a thing. Polling you guys about how many of you know what BitLocker or VeriCrypt is, but basically it's full disk hard drive encryption. What that means is it's a transparent type of encryption to an operating system. So if you use something like VeriCrypt, Windows doesn't even know that your hard drive is being encrypted with VeriCrypt. It's just going to act like it normally does, and there's something that kind of runs on top of Windows in a way that kind of says, oh, hey, I'm seeing these requests to the hard drive. I'm going to make it look like it's just a regular unencrypted hard drive and go through it. But Locker works kind of the same way. Yeah, and anything else on that I want to cover? Great. So then after we go ahead and collect the forensic images there, we're going to go ahead and we're going to post-process the data that comes in with that imaging, and we're going to basically get like a file dump of all of the data on the drive so that we can filter through it and apply those terms that legal gave us. And then that's basically the process that we're going to go through. So, first step is removing the encryption. So on BitLocker, in a corporate environment, usually these encryption keys are kind of escrowed, or a copy of them are stored inside of the corporate Active Directory structure. So you're able to pull out what those keys are in case the laptop has a malfunction or the hard drive breaks and you need some way to access an image of it in some manner like that. Or if in a case like this where you have to image this encrypted hard drive and then go ahead and out of normal contexts access this data. And again, this is going to be completely I'm sorry, am I beeping?
Camera's too hot, so it turned off.
Okay. So yeah, basically what you'll do then is you will decrypt the data, and that data will be presented like a regular hard drive. And a lot of tools that do this for you, they'll call this data synthesized data because it's kind of derived from the encrypted hard drive image, but it's not the actual raw bit-for-bit data that you got when you took your image. And then later on, I was going to get into more advanced stuff, but you can ask me about that later. Ask me about Louis, the reference. And then we'll get into finding some of the deleted files on box hard drives and cloud services. So over here, sorry, keep tripping on things. At the beginning of the partition, did the stream stop?
No, stream is good. Keep going.
Oh, stream is good. Okay, cool. So at the beginning of a hard drive, usually FAT32 or HFS, there's this little table of information that basically says, hey, here's a list of all the files on the hard drive and some information about them, and where they are located on where they start on the hard drive basically. And so this we're just going to call it the file allocation table because it's the easiest way to visualize this right now. So you have this table of all the entries on the hard drive, and what happens is when you go ahead and you delete a file, it only removes that file's entry from that table. It doesn't actually delete it. You've probably heard about that before, which is why you can undelete some stuff as long as you're quick enough to do it. But then you want to recover it to some other medium, because if you decide to save it back, you might start overwriting the data that is somewhere, or you might start overwriting the data that you're trying to recover, which is kind of funny. But anyway, in terms of deletion and recovery, you can do that. But what happens when you save another copy or when you save a changed file? Well, usually the application takes all of that in a monolithic manner and saves a second copy of that, and then just updates the table. So you actually might have multiple copies of the same file on your hard drive. So you kind of have like the old school Microsoft briefcase and not even know you have it. Why is this not going? Heuristic-based analysis. Heuristics are another interesting way of recovering data off of a hard drive. So heuristics essentially are you're creating a model of sorts, and I'll get into this later. But basically, you're saying I'm going to look on the hard drive at the start of each of these little blocks of it, and I'm going to see if I can find anything that fits this pattern, so I can guess that this is the start of a certain type of file. And I think I cut it out on here. This definitely changed on me. Which slide is this?
You're on the same slide, the fat slide.
Okay, so, alright, cool. Alright, so yeah, this is the one I want to be on. So this heuristic analysis lets you basically scan through different types of file patterns that you can kind of define. So different companies will have databases I give a specific example here of JPEG files. So JPEGs have a special header of, I think it's FFD8FF, and then shortly after that followed by the text JFIF. If you see that at the start of a block, did I miss something? So if you see that at the start of a block of data, you can be reasonably sure that you're working with a JPEG. But here's some interesting perks about working with heuristic-based things. So let's say you have a Word document that has a JPEG embedded inside of it, and that JPEG just happens to start at the start of a data block. Well, you might actually start reading the JPEG and get the JPEG that's embedded inside that document, but the data linked inside of there will actually keep going. We might actually get the rest of the Word document at the end of the picture for whatever reason. And this is a concept called overdubbing, because the file system never said that the file had ended when you found this data. So what happens here is you might actually be getting more data than you normally would have. Sometimes that's a problem depending on the type of file format you're working with. But thankfully with JPEGs, they have a link inside of their header, so you don't have to worry about overdumping the excess information will just be discarded. But in terms of things like a Word document itself, it might become incompatible because it works off of different types of compression streams. If you embedded a Word document inside of a Word document, that might really confuse it. Again, I was going to do a little interactive thing about what happens if you jump inside of a heuristically found file and then all of a sudden the data did not, when you jump inside of a heuristically found file and the data just suddenly stops or changes in the middle of the data stream, what would happen if you tried to open that? Nobody in here?
No.
It would just show a bunch of corrupted data because it would read basically to the end of whatever file it ended up thinking was the startup. So basically, you would jump in the middle, or you jump to the start of what you thought was an image file. And then in the middle of that image file, you might get the start of like an Excel document. And then you start rendering the Excel document as part of the image document, and it would all gobbledygooky, and it would read to the end of the Excel document, and that would really screw up and possibly buffer overflow your image viewer. So there's a lot of interesting things that you have to take into account and match against the file tables to know what you might recover might be potentially corrupted and what wouldn't. So these tools that you use to go ahead and perform these kinds of heuristical analysis have to be pretty sophisticated and know how to check back. I promise that's the most technical I'm going to get. So what about cloud-based systems? Well, cloud stuff, a lot of that happens, on third-party providers. So how do we handle, getting the kinds of fragmented information from a third-party provider? Usually, they'll go ahead and be able to store revision history of certain files and retention for deleted files up to a certain amount of time. You're not going to get, file fragments or a lot of working sets unless you're crazy like Google and you don't actually store documents, you store like transactions. And I don't think Google offers a way to represent that when you download it. They just offer you holistic files from a point in time. But in terms of, let's say Microsoft OneDrive, they keep track of monolithic files. And they'll go ahead and say, okay, on this date you had this version number, and on this other date you had this version number. You can pick between those if they're inside of a retention period. But what's interesting about a lot of cloud data services is cloud-based applications. So let's say you run something like Microsoft Word or PowerPoint or even Outlook in the cloud. Well, when you do that, obviously you have to see the data represented to you somehow. while you're working with it. So the data is flowing down to you somewhere, and that's flowing down into your web cache. And your web cache is up to your web browser to like where it wants to store this information. So whether it goes to temp folder or the local storage of it's like built-in SQLite browser or whatever. So depending on how the web browser stores this information, you might be able to look at these fragments of data over time that are just sitting there from someone not clearing the internet cache. So you actually might be able to recover document fragments just by looking at internet history, which is kind of cool. And I'll get into that in just a minute. So getting started with this, the very first thing that we're going to do when actually working with this data is we have to document everything we're doing. We want to document why we are taking images and the reasoning why we're taking certain actions. For instance, let's say the standard procedure is to take regular bitmap image of a hard drive or something. Well, in the case of certain arcade games, maybe if you look at Pump It Up, for instance, if you plug a Pump It Up hard drive into a Windows computer, you know what happens? Windows will automatically detect a boot record malformed error and will automatically correct it for you, completely invalidating the hard drive and basically wiping the data out of it. So if the standard operating procedure is to just simply hook something up and take the image, that's not enough. You need to look at things like white blockers and other precautions you can take so that you're not actually accidentally altering the information simply by hooking something up to your system. So, and if you accidentally do something like that, it's important to realize, or important to vocalize, hey, my standard procedure was to do this, and I did this because this is what I was told to do, or this is what I'm supposed to do in every other case. And if you accidentally destroy information in the course of doing that, you have a justification. You can go ahead and point out to someone and be like, look, this is not how things will operate, and how were we supposed to know that if we did that X, Y would happen? So it's really important for you to be able to justify that, especially for like legal cases. But a lot of tools will go ahead and do a lot of this hard work for you too. So after you have a white blocker hooked up and you're downloading the data off the drive into a forensic image, another tool will be used to process it, and that will handle any decryption that you need. And then yet another tool will handle searching for deleted files, either heuristically based or through old versions of the file table. And then yet another tool will be used for searching these universes of files that you have and applying date range filters and search term filters for your legal department or attorneys. Okay, so basically after you have all of that done and you're applying those search terms, the first thing that you should honestly apply would be date range filters, because that is metadata based. So metadata based filters are always the fastest thing to do because they're part of the file system itself. And the search term filters will actually have to search through the contents, and it has to be a lot more intelligent to be able to do. So let's say you got a Microsoft Word file. Modern Microsoft Word files are actually zip files. So if you just look for plain text for a certain word, like let's say butterfly, that actually might not show up if you're just doing a regular plain text search for the string butterfly inside of the file. You have to understand how the different file types actually work so that you can properly open them and scan them in that way. So it's way harder to search for content. You need a very intelligent system to kind of do those kinds of internal content scans versus the metadata stuff. So it's always important to limit your universe with the stuff that you can do more as quickly as possible, and then drill down deep into those other file types. And if you don't know how to scan those other file types, then you might have to fall back to other methods like using the Unix strings command or something like that to see if you can find it as a last ditch effort. So after you collect all of this information, you put it in a lovely report and hand it off to whatever legal entity wants it. Your job is basically done. It's really sad, but as a forensic examiner, you're literally just doing this and handing it off to someone else to solve a puzzle, and that can be like really nerve-wracking and aggravating, especially since you might have no idea what's going to happen with all the pieces of this puzzle that you've been trying to put together and fit a narrative together for so long. But unfortunately, that is what's going to happen in almost every case. You'll never find out what's going on with this, and you'll never find out the end result. But in this case, I'll walk you through the rest of what this little scenario is in a moment. But in terms of what happened with the legal report, after you hand that over, you may actually be asked for some insights about, how did you find this information and in what context would this information appear? So that might give you some hints as to what happened. But in our scenario, we found a very old draft email that was auto-saved from a web outlook, and it reveals something interesting. Searching for the actual email inside of Bob's inbox and the recipient's inbox didn't show anything. So we don't know if this email actually ever got sent, or if this email was sent, delivered, and deleted, and it's now out of retention. So that's unfortunately an exercise I was going to do interactively, but going through this here. The contents of the email were, Alice, I just set up another one. Let me know when you process, and I'll move the X dollar amount. So other data that we found correlated with this was multiple copies of one singular invoice that had differing dollar amounts and different payment destinations. So that was interesting. And all of those different payment destinations, we can see that Swiss bank account number that was given to us in the beginning of the legal search terms. The dollar amounts on the invoices match the ones that we got from the legal department. And Bob's phone returned an interesting piece of web history showing that there was payments made to one of his coworkers, Alice, at random intervals that might correlate with times of other payments to vendors. So what really happened here was Bob really was embezzling. What Bob would do is he would get an invoice from a vendor, doctor it, crank up the amount, and redirect the payment to go to his own personal Swiss bank account. Then he would get Alice to give it her stamp of approval. She would process it for payment. Bob would get a big chunk of money, and then he would slide a little under to Alice. Bob would then pay off the actual invoice number to the vendor, and then keep whatever was left over in his Swiss bank account number, and pray that nobody found out. Obviously, something happened somewhere along the lines where legal department got involved, that's basically case closed there. It's a cute little fun case, but I hope you enjoyed the silly little story framing on this, and I'm sorry it wasn't as interactive as I was hoping it would be. But are there any questions that anyone has?
We have one over here.
Yes.
I have a question. The original request came from legal, is that correct?
The original what?
The original inquiry to you guys came from legal?
Yes, the original inquiry came to the forensic examiner from the legal department.
And it came only as a series of search terms, legal terms to go search for, or did they know what they were looking for? Was there any indication what they were looking for before they came to you? When they came to you?
Usually, what happens, and in this case, legal basically said, "Hey, this person is going on an administrative leave. We want to search their information, their digital information for these things. Here are the search terms that we want." They usually give you no context because they don't want bias.
Got it. And then, at what point was there any interaction with HR in the middle of this, or is it just it's all straight you and legal?
There is very likely interaction with HR, but what happens with that is usually legal is the entity that will go to HR, not the forensic examiner. So HR would, or rather, I would say the accounting people in this case would be like, "Hey, this is weird," and they would bring it up with HR. HR would involve legal. Legal would then involve the forensic examiner. So we're kind of last on the food chain. We're the busy worker.
Okay. Interesting. And then you talked about earlier preserving evidence.
I'm sorry?
You talked about preserving evidence earlier,
Yes.
right? Is there a legal requirement? Is there a specific set of requirements you need to make a legal requirement for doing that? Because I imagine this could result in lawsuits and all the rest, right?
Yeah, so there is a legal term called the duty to preserve. And that basically happens once there's notice that pending litigation could happen. You have to do whatever is reasonable to make sure that data in certain cases is preserved that is related to what the search terms are and the date ranges are. So usually companies will be overprotective and just say, freeze everything and be done with it. Because those terms can change over time. The terms and dates can change over time. Does that really answer your question?
That makes sense. The question was more, so for instance, I'm sure there's communication about the investigation as it proceeds.
Okay.
Do you have to then do legal hold for all that conversation as well?
Yes. Usually that information is discoverable, especially but if a legal entity like a judge wants to see and make sure. So I believe they call that an in-camera review, where they make sure. So one party will go ahead and be like, "No, here's the evidence that we did our duty." But we don't want to tell the other side this information. So what happens is this in-camera review is then presented to the judge, and the judge makes a call if there's an accusation that information wasn't preserved. And the judge basically says, "I believe you" or "I don't believe you," and then moves forward with the appropriate action that way.
Thank you.
I'm not a lawyer, but in my experience, this is exactly what happens.
Thank you.
Well, I like the point of documentation. Document everything you do. That way, if they ever come to question you, you can say, "This is what I did." So that way, there's less chance of that happening where they don't believe that you did what was necessary because you can say, "No, I went and did all this as per my procedure. Sorry, I missed something, but this is the procedure I do every time."
Right. Yeah. I was thinking about the kind of meta conversations around things, like discovering things.
Yeah.
Right. We have these, like the conversation here, right? There's no record of. Well, there's a record of it this time.
Yeah.
But generally, there's not a record of these conversations.
Yeah.
You have an obligation to preserve those as well.
Depends. Depends on the scenario. Like between the lawyers, that's all going to be recorded because the lawyer typically would come from the lawyer saying, "We want you to search for these terms."
Right.
And that would be documented as part of the discovery process.
If you have further, experience with it, by all means. I'm only going over what my personal experience is.
I get subjected to stuff legal holds all the time, but they call them legal holds, and they don't really tell us. They just tell us we have to preserve everything.
Yeah.
Like everything. Like don't delete anything from your laptop. Don't delete anything from your server for some window of time, and then half the time we never find out when they're done.
And
because lawyers are bad about coming back to lowly peons like us. And so I have stuff that's been on my laptop for 5 years that's legal hold.
Yeah.
Right? I'd like to delete it because it's not information I really want to carry around with me on my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. It just sits there endlessly.
Yeah, and that's a big problem with it too. Is the forensic examiner never finds out what happens with the cases, and so the case may be closed and the matter might no longer be relevant, but the data just sits there in perpetuity for, what happens if a breach comes along, and then that held data is then exfiltrated.
That's exactly right. What I worry about.
And even if you go back to the legal team and go, hey, are we done with this? They go,
Sometimes they don't tell you.
well, even if you go and proactively go to them and say, hey, are we done with this? They come back to you and go, well, yeah, but it might come up again, so we should still hold on to it. And you're like, when do we ever get rid of this?
But you want that documented because then your liability as a sysadmin, or the one as a custodian of the data, are free and clear in the event that there's an issue. So as long as you have that full feedback loop, you at least as an individual are protected from whatever could happen from that breach scenario perspective.
That's what we do, right? I send them an email that says, here's the 11 legal holds I have. Are these still valid? And they just say yes or no. I never know why.
Yeah. And you actually don't ever want to know why.
Yeah, you
They
don't
either
know.
give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Yeah, exactly. Something you can ask.
Yeah. Anything else?
Ooh, I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
So, say you're an examiner and say date range from January to March, but you fat fingered it and went to April. We'll just say, as an examiner, you fat fingered it and then identified other nefarious behavior in that April time frame that is not related to this case. What do you do as an examiner?
So generally, if you fat fingered it and you gave it to the legal department, they would probably be the ones to look at it and make that call. But as the examiner, you're really not supposed to be looking at what the contents of this information is outside of collecting it and then giving it over to them, because they're the one that's supposed to be looking at it. There could be privileged or PII information inside of it that you're not supposed to be privy to necessarily. If you're given explicit free rein to go ahead and look at it, then obviously you should probably do the right thing and point out, hey, I've seen X, Y, Z. Or if legal comes to you and says, hey, I saw this over here, is this, intentional? Why was this included? And you say, oh, it was a fat finger. And they're like, okay, well, we want to see more about it. Can you grab more information, maybe up to June or something like that. So you're not supposed to look at it, is what I gathered from when I was doing my own collections, but they may come back to you and they may flag it, or they may ask you questions about certain pieces of information that you got that might leak into what you fat fingered, or you might even see this other nefarious behavior tangentially to data you collected for them at that point. So the TLDR is you're not supposed to look at it, but if you're asked to look into it, then legal presumably has has gotten the clearance to have you look at that. That's not probably you should probably, verify that you have the whole CYA thing going on. But again, I'm not a super legal expert, and the person who was a super legal expert could not be here this week, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on that?
All right, thank you, everyone.
Hold on, let's see if there's any questions online.
Oh, a question?
We're good? We're good.
We're good? Okay, yeah, we're good.
Okay. No, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay.
This looks good.
Let me know when you hit it.
I have hit it actually.
Okay. So we are live. You won't see much.
Just trying to make sure I did it right.
The center versus Faith. Yeah, that's the right one. Faith 300 milliseconds.
Yep, that's what I hit. So.
Alright, we are live. Having fun.
That's a great beginning.
What a way to start.
What a way to start. A lot of interest. Greg, go.
So our next talk is Customer Relationships, the sequel apparently. More than 10 phase 2. So we've got Tanuski, Taneos, and Taco, our favorite kitty.
Woo! Careful, Wesley.
Okay, take it away.
Streaming is good.
Welcome to our 102. For those of you who were here last year and had a chance to participate in our talk about polyamory, hopefully you enjoyed it. We felt like there was enough things that had changed between last year and this year, and some new ideas. We wanted to share what were our current set of thinking, and we invited a kitty to help us.
This is now a cat talk.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Oh, wait. We're supposed to do something.
yes.
This is a DEFCON talk. Well, kind of a DEFCON talk.
Kind of.
Kind of a sort of a DEFCON talk. We have oil slicks. Excuse to drink talk. Excuse to drunk talk. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
To all of our partners who drive us crazy and
Yes.
force us through it.
Exactly. So all of our partners. Exactly.
That we love dearly.
That we do love dearly, but they may drive us to this.
Oh, those are good shots. I love those.
I like these.
I like those a lot.
Okay.
All right.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah. So today we're going to be talking about some basically more more advanced stuff around polyamory. Last year we really focused on different relationship styles, what polyamory was. This year we want to talk about more about how it differs from monogamy and some ways that you can kind of rethink your thinking around relationships to support having more than one partner, right? Because it adds a lot of complexity. So we're going to do a quick review, different types of non-monogamous relationships. There's a lot of terms, a lot of different permutations that they can look like. We're going to go through them very quickly. Then we're going to talk about the relationship escalator and basically where it stems from, the historical patriarchy and why the escalator exists. And then if you're still here and you're still interested, we're going to talk about what do you do if you want to actually pursue this, right? I'm monogamous or you're monogamous and you want to explore polyamory or explore a consensually non-monogamous relationship. What steps should you take to make sure that you're prepared to do that? We'll talk about mismatched expectations in your relationships and how that can damage them. Obviously, that happens even in monogamous relationships. In consensually non-monogamous relationships, that's just way more impactful. We'll talk about jealousy and compersion. And then some data points, some new developments in consensual non-monogamy that have happened over the past year, because consensual non-monogamy and polyamory is really starting to become, part of the cultural zeitgeist. And it's really starting to get a lot of mainstream recognition, and we want to talk about that a little bit. And then we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A at the end. So let's move into intros.
Oh, that's me. I don't know if you can see me.
If you stand right here, you can
If I stand here?
Yep.
I'll stand in the middle. Okay, that's me. Tanuski, Steve, Baypaw founder, DEFCON Furs founder, president of the board of Hack Your Lives. I'm reading the slides, sorry. But I'm also part of a polyamorous relationship with multiple. I only have I have two partners. It's hard to keep count sometimes. It does change occasionally. But I've been involved in polyamory for a very, very long time. We'll talk about that later, about how I figured out that I was polyamorous.
Awesome. And my name is Judeos, or Jay. I'm also a board member of Hack Your Lives. I've been a sysadmin and SRE for 12 or 13 years now. Been a furry for 18 years. Have been very interested in communication styles and relationship styles and interpersonal relationships for 20 years now. Also been currently in a polyamorous relationship with my two partners who unfortunately couldn't make it this year. One I've been with for 4 years, and another I've been with for 2. I'm a self-described solo poly, self-collared, and a relationship anarchist. So I'll talk a little bit about that later in the talk.
And I'm Taka. I kind of shoehorned my way into this at the very last minute, so I'm not even listed on the website. Insofar as why I have to add to this talk, bisexual, demisexual, polyamorous, I've been practicing for about 22 years. With respect to my polycule, which is all furry, I lovingly refer to them as my family. And let's go ahead to the next slide. Talk a little bit about sort of like my background. I don't have any kind of formal theoretical or academic background in this. Everything I know is like fully hands-on and practical things I've learned along the way. Very diverse family, 6 members. Take any attribute, there's going to be a mix of it somewhere. I've been with my old spawn in this relationship is 18 years. My Doberman partner, Poker Dog, and our newest one that we've been together, we've been part of the family formally for about 9 months. Renegade Brew. Challenges experienced, as you can see, there's a whole laundry list of it. Chances are, if there's a challenge that could be had in a polyamorous relationship, I probably have experienced it. So, if you have any questions about that, feel free to reach out to me directly.
Cool. So, as we talked about last year, there's a lot of different types of non-monogamous relationships, right? So, when we talk about monogamy, we're talking really about relationships that are, 2 people, sexually exclusive, romantically exclusive. They don't really stray outside of that bubble, right? They may have friends, but both sexually and romantically, they're only linked with each other. And then once you diverge from that, there's a whole bunch of different permutations. We talked about queer platonic relationships last year, right? People who are friends that may or may not have sex or have romantic intimacy. There's kink non-monogamy, right? There's a lot of furries that I know that do that, where, hey, we only have sex with each other, but we can, we can get tied up by other people, or we can be wanded by other people, or e-stimmed by other people, whatever the case may be. Monogamish, that's kind of a blanket term coined by Dan Savage. I actually really like it. It's like, well, we're monogamous except, and then you can kind of fill in whatever the except is, right? It may be, oh, we only have sex at conventions. We only have sex, we have a hall pass, I think I've heard it called, right?
The Burning Man Hall Pass.
The Burning Man Hall Pass, right? If I ever meet, Gordon Ramsay, I can have sex with him because, of course, Gordon Ramsay wants to have sex with you. There's swinging, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
Listen, I have my own kinks.
Okay, it's okay.
So you like being degraded for your cooking?
Exactly.
I just like being degraded. I mean,
Anyway.
sorry, wrong talk.
Sorry.
Might be so swinging, right? Swinging is kind of one of the oldest known and probably most well known of these. We go to events or with certain other couples and only have sex in those venues with other people who are there to do the same thing, and there's no feelings involved, and it's really a sexual adventure for both of us. Or soft swinging, which is a kind of lighter version where it's even more closed, and hey, we do it within this very small group. Open relationships, we are only romantically linked with each other, but we have sex with other people, right, or have sexual relations with other people. Solo poly, how I tend to identify, these are people who put themselves as their primary partner. And what that means is, yeah, I have multiple partners. I have 2 great partners at home. Ultimately, my main priority is myself and making sure that I'm accounting for my own needs. And then once I've done that, I can account for theirs and start to move into them. You'll see a lot of solo people or solo poly people on the spectrum that really don't get very linked and don't do heavy attachment-based relationships, or they can. I tend to do more attachment-based relationships. But a lot of solo poly people will make their relationships a lot more casual because they are their own primary partner. Hierarchical poly is kind of the opposite. This is really where most people, I think, get their intro into polyamory. So hierarchical polyamory means you have a primary partner that it comes first, right? And they kind of get more power and more influence over how you do relationships. And that may mean that they have veto power over who their other partners date or who their other partners have sex with, or they may impose boundaries or restrictions on their partners. There's a lot of heavy baggage around hierarchical poly, largely because it doesn't really give you a lot of the latitude to make sure that you're fulfilling your other partner's needs when you have to put one partner in front of all of your others. So you want to be careful if you're touching hierarchical poly. Polyfidelitas, this is a polyamorous relationship or a relationship with multiple people where it is closed within that circle, right? So it may be 3 or 6 or 9, but they do not date outside of that group, right? And if somebody comes into that group, it has to be approved by everyone in the group. Kitchen table poly, I love this term. I love the other term here too, lap sitting poly. But kitchen table poly is, hey, we're polyamorous. Maybe we're all dating each other, maybe we're not, but all of us and our metamors, which are our partners, and our telomors, which are our partners, can all sit at the table together and have dinner and joke and be friends and get along, right? The opposite of this, which isn't listed here, is parallel poly, where it's like, yes, I'm in a relationship with 2 different people and they never see each other, they never talk, and we kind of keep it separate, right? Lap sitting polyamory is kind of the extension of kitchen table poly, where it's, hey, we're all dating, and even the ones who aren't dating are probably fucking. And that's kind of furry poly in a nutshell. And then relationship anarchy. This kind of takes some of the solo poly principles to an extreme, and this is why I kind of sit on the line. Relationship anarchy is a philosophy that says we don't want to put labels or expectations on any of our relationships. Instead, we want every relationship to kind of grow and blossom authentically and naturally, right? So you get to kind of define what your attachments with certain individuals are at a very individual level. And so you may have one partner that you decided to tie finances with, another partner that maybe you've had kids with, right, and you co-parent with, another partner that you only do this certain kink with. And you may call them different things. You may just call them friends. You may call them partners. It doesn't really matter. Relationship anarchists tend to push labels off to the side. The anarchist part of this meaning, we want to break away from that structure, right? If a partner means this, we're just not going to use that term. We're just going to call it whatever we want to, or call it nothing at all, but this is what our relationship is, and it's defined by the actions and the connection that you guys have, rather than the label. And you can see kind of how complex polycules get. This graphic is from an awesome polyamory-focused webcomic that I love called Kimchi Cuddles. And this is Kimchi's polycule, her actual polycule from real life. And all these characters in her comic are actually her paramours, metamors, telomors, etc. And you can kind of see all the different configurations here, right? You have some solo poly people like Nora. Oh, sorry. You have some solo poly people like Nora in the corner who have multiple partners, and they're all sexual partners, right? And that was kind of that paradigm that I was talking about, where usually their relationships will be a lot more casual for solo poly people. You have some nesting partners, right? Here's a triad, and Emma, Alex, Lily, all nesting together. They're all co-parenting together, all cohabitating, and it's a sexual relationship between all 3 of them. You've got some asexual relationships, right? Polyamory isn't about the sex, it's about the connection, the love. And so you can kind of see the gamut here.
And one thing to just kind of note is that these are different labels that you can kind of use to describe some of the substructures within a general polycule. Like, just because you have different styles at different parts of polycule doesn't mean that everyone's participating in relationship anarchy. There is structure there.
Yep. Yeah, this one is actually very structured and doesn't even speak to relationship anarchy. Relationship anarchy would just be a person and like wavy lines everywhere.
And it's not fixed. Right? It's very important to remember this isn't stay fixed. In the relationships I've been in over multiple years, it moves around. It may move to non-sexual. It can move to sexual later. It can move around.
Yeah,
all over the place.
I myself have, it's like probably engaged in, if I had to label things, monogamous, swinging, open relationships, solo polyfidels. I probably spent a good chunk of this.
Actually,
just
trying
to
middle of the list.
Yeah, it's like in trying to just discover, who I am and what works for me and what works for my family.
Yep. And to Taka's point, like, these are labels, right? And this is my relationship anarchist that's going to speak. Labels are really just a tool to be able to communicate what it is that you feel and what you believe, right? And when somebody says, well, I'm monogamish, right? And in fact, I had this conversation with you last night. I said, well, what does monogamish mean to you, right? Because it means different things to different people. And a lot of these terms, until you get into like relationship anarchy, which is actually ironically a little more defined, a lot of these terms can mean different things to different people. And so it's really a way to self-describe, right? Same thing with sexuality labels, right? People say they're aromantic. Well, what does that mean to you? It's the same thing here.
Anarchists in general have a very strong definition of what anarchy means.
We do have a very strong definition of what anarchy means.
Remarkable.
And there's a lot of overlap here, right? And that's why I bring this up. You can kind of see how all of this kind of fits into a very amorphous blob of how these things interact, right? So polyamorous relationships, for instance, are a type of open relationships, right? Polymono relationships are a type of open relationship and kind of fit under that umbrella. don't ask, don't tell, right? It is open, but it is a different type of open relationship where your partner doesn't want to know what you did, right? Even cheating to an extent kind of goes into the open relationship thing. It's just a non-consensual one, which you shouldn't do. And then, of course, there's where we all are, consex. Consex is also an open relationship. It is swinging. It is the 100-mile rule, right? We're away from home, and so we can have sex with other people. It's casual. These are all very interlinked and very interwoven. And so don't assume when somebody tells you their label that you know what it means. Ask and say, well, what does that mean to you, right?
Okay, here we go. So this is the relationship we talked about. This is the old-fashioned relationship escalator. When you think about monogamous, heteronormative relationships, specifically heteronormative relationships, you meet somebody and you date and you work your way up. And honestly, people think they work their way up, right? They meet, they maybe have sex, then maybe they move in together, then maybe they have a shared bank account, then maybe they get married, they get engaged, they get married, right? All these sort of things, formalizing, merging, all this. It's a escalator. People think that it's a very commonly held way to sort of define the maturity of your relationship. Our argument, and I think a lot of poly people would argue as well, that it's not actually the way it has to work, right? And so we talk about breaking the escalator, right? These are all other ways to do this, right? You have cat-dog approval. That's another way to measure how close you are. Have you decided that that dog is for the two of you?
And we mean bio dogs. Not
Yeah, actually, yeah. Well, or possibly, not just four-legged dogs, also two-legged dogs.
And as the cat, I never approve. So.
Right.
Exactly. Giving each other nicknames.
And some of these things you will revisit some of these islands multiple times, maybe with different partners, maybe sometimes with the same partner.
Right? Sharing a bathroom. Right? These are ways to break away from the escalator. So think about forms of other ways to kind of memorialize parts. If that's important, you have to memorialize where you are in your relationship. Think about it in those terms. Right? Break away from the traditional terms. Sharing a bank account, sharing a house, sharing,
and those can still be important.
Oh, yeah, but you have these other terms to think about, right? I love this one, IKEA.
Yep.
I did that one in Bangkok.
Exactly, right?
Honestly, I think my favorite is first kink party or first orgasm.
Yeah,
they're both really good.
Yeah, first orgasms together. I'm still waiting on that, and I've been in poly relationships for decades. Right?
Burning Man.
Burning Man. First Burning Man. Remember here, Burning Man are equivalent, right? That's that 100-mile rule we talked about earlier. The Burning Man Hall Pass.
Yeah, or this is more doing it together.
But this is more doing it. This is actually about doing it together, where you may have hall passes together at Burning Man. Right. In other words, as you think about how your relationship, where you are in your relationship, don't always fall back on the escalator.
Yeah.
The escalator is an interesting graph. There's a lot of historical reasons for it that have to do with heteronormative stuff, patriarchy, women were property,
Taxes.
In fact, the taxes are still a problem in the U.S. Right, so a lot of the legal stuff that we look at, right, when we as part of a polyamorous relationship or non-monogamous relationship, are still hampered by a lot of the old patriarchal, right, heteronormative, monogamous rules, right, and this is all possible. Other ways to look at it, right, free yourself from them.
Other milestones that you could.
Yeah.
And one way to think about it as well is like in terms of like polyamorous structure, you basically incorporate. You're basically the same structure as a corporation, except here you are allowed to have sex with each other.
Oh boy.
We should have done this on the NSFW track.
Yeah, maybe this was supposed to be the way we're driving. Anyway, next one, right?
So,
Go for it.
Okay, so and sort of putting together this talk, I wanted to ask some of the questions of what are people's motivations for wanting to try out non-monogamous relationships, and I spend a bit of time just sort of reading, interacting with a bunch of different people. I've come together with a bunch of different patterns and questions or statements I've seen in terms of like what are people's motivations. One of the ones I see commonly is I just want to be in a relationship and I don't care if that's with one or more other people. But many individuals as well embrace this because in me in particular, this is just who I naturally am, and so I just want to be more authentic with myself. I want to be more open and authentic to my partners, and so it's sort of like, well, you got to take me as I am, or this isn't going to work at all. Some people want to do it because they feel more satisfied, with additional partners. They want to explore their sexuality more. For some people, they have maybe specific needs that they need out of a partner. One partner isn't able to fulfill all of them, so they go ahead and get other partners. And sometimes they do this, by themselves. Sometimes they go into it with another partner. Maybe they're together or looking for a third. So there's all kinds of different reasons why you might want to try this. And as for I guess sort of the big takeaway is you need to figure out for yourself what is your personal motivation, because if you aren't able to articulate that to yourself, you are not able to articulate it to a potential partner, and that's not fair to them.
Yep. No, absolutely. And so this is really the first step, right? Before you even enter a non-monogamous relationship, understand why it is you want to do it, right? Taka mentioned, I just want to be in a relationship, and I don't care if that's one or multiple people. Of this list, I think that's probably the scariest. And I'm not saying it can't work, right? There could be someone that's, I don't care. It could be single or multiple people. But that's not really the why, right? That is almost the what. And it still doesn't understand why you're okay with multiple people, right? We spent a lot of time being taught and indoctrinated that monogamy is the way to go. And maybe it is that you just want to, break the heteronormative standard and be non-monogamous, and that's fine too. But make sure that when you're going into it in a way that you are accounting not only for your needs and your wants, but also your partners. And some of these, especially near the bottom, get a little bit hazy when it comes to that. So speaking of needs, one of the things that you should really look at before you enter into one of these relationships, and really any relationship, but especially non-monogamous relationships, is understanding what it is that you need to be fulfilled in your relationship, right? And there's a bunch of different categories. If anyone's interested, I can show you the relationship escalator menu after the talk, which is a really cool worksheet that you can use with a partner to understand what your relationship might look like and what your attachment might look like. But you could have needs for commitment, right? You want to have a partner that you know is going to be there for you and be able to support you through your life, right? Great need. And it doesn't have to be every partner, right? That could be one or more of your partners. It could just be one. It could be none of them if you're solo poly, right? You've decided you don't need that. Physical intimacy, same thing. You may have partners that you need physical intimacy from, or you may know that you need physical intimacy from one or more of your partners. You can also decide that you're okay dating someone who is asexual or someone who is maybe sexual but is not sexually attracted to you, but you guys have a romantic attraction, right? Understand what your needs are there. And with that, you can kind of understand what relationships you might want to get into and what relationships you might want. And it kind of goes down the list, right? Emotional intimacy, same thing with physical intimacy. You may have a relationship that is only sexual and doesn't have any emotional intimacy, no, romantic stuff, no gushy stuff, as I like to call it. Communication, right? Maybe with certain partners, you want to be checked in with every day, right? You want to get a good morning and good night message. You want to know if they're going and having sex with someone else. You want to know where they're going and who they're going to be with. Or you could have none of that, right? And say, hey, we don't need to talk unless we're in bed together, right? Like, we don't need to talk unless we are actually physically together. Financial management, right? Do you want to tie your finances with this other partner? Do you want to own a house with them? Do you want to buy groceries together? Do you want to share a bank account? Or do you want to have completely separate finances, and when you go on dates, you want to go half and half, and the financial piece isn't played into the relationship? That's fine too. But you need to understand these things, right? Social integration, same thing. Do you want this partner to be involved with your friends? Do you even want your friends to know that this is your partner? Or do you want to keep this as more of a casual thing on the side that you do separately? Both of them are okay, but you have to set that expectation, both for you and your partner, so that you're going into this with a shared understanding of what the relationship is going to look like, right? Quality time. What does your quality time look like? Do you need quality time together, right? Do you have to have a movie night every week? Do you have to go out to dinners together? Do you have to spend time in the bathtub together? Or maybe we don't need quality time and our relationship is just sex, right? Which is a form of quality time. But understand what that, it could be very high quality time. It could be very high quality. It could also be low quality time. Yeah. Autonomy, right? what kind of things are you willing to compromise on for your relationship, right? Are you willing to have your partner set boundaries that affect you in your other relationships, or what you're able to do outside of the confines of your relationship, right? When you talk to solo poly people or relationship anarchists, this is a big one for us, right? We want to have our autonomy. The way my relationships are structured, my partners are not just allowed, because I can't allow them to do anything. They know that it's okay for them to go and have sex with who they want and do the kinky things they want and do whatever it is they want. We have some rules around safe sex. We're all on PrEP. We're on DoxyPEP, right? They have to vet their partners to an extent. Half the time, I don't know where one of my partners is when they're out having sex with someone else. I don't know who they're with, and I don't want to know, right? Like, if they want to tell me, that's great. It doesn't bother me, but it's not my business. They're autonomous. They're their own individual, and I'm okay with that. But that doesn't have to be your reality, right? You can say, hey, if you're going to go be intimate with someone else, I want to know who it is. I want to know where you are. I want to understand that. Or you can even say, hey, if you're going to have sex with someone else, check in with me first. Make sure I'm okay with it. And as long as you and your partner are on the same page, these are all okay.
Exactly. Right? I'm like on the opposite extreme of that, where it's like I'd like to know, who my partners are involved with, what they're doing. I like having that communication. It's more about communication more than a veto. Like, yep. It's more that it's like we're part of the same family. I want to be involved.
So it's funny, anecdotally, just to take a quick tangent, I just had to change this part with one of my partners, not because I actually care who they're having sex with or anything like that, but we had a trip planned together, and they went out the night before to go be with someone, and then overslept until about an hour before we had to leave for Canada, and they were at this other person's house, and I didn't know where they were, and I was messaging people, hey, do you know where my partner wound up last night? And everybody's like, no, I saw them with these people, but I'm not really sure. Finally got in touch with them, but on the way up to Canada, I actually had to tell them, like, hey, I think I'm going to start asking you to tell me who you're with, not because I care or I'm going to stop you, but because I need to know how to get in touch with you if your forgetful ass continues to oversleep.
and sort of like as a sub-bullet to social integration as well, and this is something that we don't typically think about. When we think about social integration, we are normally primarily thinking about the people that we interact with on a daily basis, our friends. Some people, they want to have their families involved. So, like, for example, the members of my family, they know I have multiple partners. They know who they are. I talk about them. They're a regular part of my life, and I even have other members of my family who are polyamorous as well.
Yeah. And I didn't think about this when we wrote this. One part of social integration, as another sub-bullet, is also work integration and event integration, right? Those of you who have been invited to work events or work dinners know that the rule is usually a +1. And if you're going to be non-monogamous, you have to start making some decisions and some communication about who that +1 is when you get invited to work events, right? Maybe you're lucky enough to work for a company that will say, oh, you have multiple partners, bring them all. That's not the case for a lot of events or a lot of things. And so understanding who you're going to bring to those type of events and having clear expectations set with your partner on that, highly valuable.
They might be fine with a +2, but
Probably not
+9, +5, or +9.
Yeah, and so what we're recommending is, as you go through this list, is think about what makes you fulfilled, what makes you happy, right?
And then go through it again with your partner.
And then go through it again, the communication part. Commitment, you may not need that kind of commitment to feel happy. You may not need more physical intimacy to feel happy, right? And it's really about asking yourself, because it's very difficult to have this conversation with anyone else if you don't know what makes yourself feel fulfilled. Yep. It'll run you into all sorts of headache later, hoping to help you try and avoid. Yep. Because we three have been through lots of very kinds of headaches along the way.
Yeah. Last year we talked a bit about I statements, and really how the best way you can communicate with your partners is to start with you and what you're feeling. It's really similar here, right? For you to be able to form these commitments or these agreements with your partner, you need to start from a place of like, hey, here are my needs. I need to know what your needs are, and then let's figure out how we can, like, where those mesh. And then the gap is where you can, especially in a non-monogamous relationship, start to look for other partners that can fulfill those needs for you, right? So you may have a partner where you have the commitment, you have the emotional intimacy, you're sharing finances, they're your +1 to take to work, but maybe they're asexual, or not as sexual or not as high of a libido as you. Now you know, hey, I still have a need that this partner can't fix or can't meet. So now when I look for another partner, I'm going to look for somebody who can meet that sexual need, right? And any permutation, it doesn't have to be that exact one, but having this baseline to understand what it is you're looking for from your relationships will enable you to be more mindful and thoughtful about the relationships that you enter.
Oh, look, that's my slide. That's why there's lots of words.
Yep.
Sorry. I said this before. Polyamory changes all the time. When you find yourself in a polyamorous relation, mine, at least for me, they're not these fixed things that are kind of like marriages that go on forever and look exactly the same for 30 years. They change. They change as my needs change because I change. They change when my partner's needs change because they change. Right? And it's kind of this kind of never-ending cycle of resetting expectations and communicating them. Right? And so that basis of understanding what you really need, right, is how you begin those conversations. Right? So this is a whole negotiating process. I'm going to skip this, right? The sharing power, managing expectations, fostering trust. You know, it says 4 and I put 6. That's me. Anyway, sharing power, managing expectations, fostering trust, creating intimacy, developing empathy. Right? Are these kind of ways you can sort of pick this topic and break it into parts that make it much easier to understand and communicate. Right? A lot of us, it's hard to describe the things you actually need and how you need them and why you don't need them from this person and why you would like them from someone else. Right? Without having a kind of framework to hang these on. This is not the end-all perfect list, right? But it's a way to at least think about it. Right? Because in the end, I think what we want to do is manage feelings. Right? We don't want to hurt people. Unless that's your kink, and then that's great.
Yeah.
I got people over on the side over. You can't see them on camera. We're like, yeah, hurting you is fun. And that's true too. But generally, we don't want to hurt people emotionally. Right? We don't want to damage people or leave people trauma from these experiences. We want to share with these people.
Hurting is okay. Harm is not.
Yeah, harm is exactly not. Right? And so understanding those expectations, managing those expectations, talking through them, and being very clear when your personal needs aren't being met, and sharing that is how you manage those. Right? The best way to prevent harm is before it happens. Right? That was the wrong way to phrase that. The best way to minimize the harm created is to talk about it before it occurs. Right? You have an opportunity. There's going to still be harm. Don't get me wrong. I've had conversations with partners where I said, well, that doesn't make me feel good. They do it anyway, and then I feel bad. Right? But at least I had the opportunity to say something. They heard it. They knew what they were doing. They're not, one of the figures not currently a partner anymore, but that's how it worked out. Right? But at least it was a conversation basis. If you don't do that first, then I find, for me personally, because of who I am, I end up sitting in the corner feeling bad. Right? I think a lot of us have seen that or felt that way. Like, it's a FOMO left out, whatever that is, right? And then empathy. Actively listening to what your partner is saying is hard. We tend to be caught up in our own perspective. Right? And so what they say, especially this is difficult for everybody, it's as difficult for them as it is for you, to listen carefully. Right? There's this whole thing about active listening. If guys take a look, if you're not familiar with active listening, look it up. It's a great way to actually say, to be able to internalize what they're feeling. So you can develop the kind of empathy responsible that you need to be able to have to create this kind of dialogue, right? And I say this really here, right? Emotions are true. Whatever emotion your partner has is true. Doesn't matter what the logic is, doesn't matter what the facts are, their emotion is true. And that's hard sometimes to recognize. I am a nerdy guy, right? And my world is facts and data and numbers and
I'm right, so I have the power.
Algorithms. We say this before. I am right, so I have the power is the thing that we all kind of think in our heads. And we do this. We do this in all of our social interactions. I am right, so you're wrong. I'm right, so I have the power. In reality, that's not true about emotions at all. You have your emotion, I have my emotion, and they're both powerful, right? They don't. Being right doesn't grant me the power in emotional situations. And then all of this is about making healthy, informed, trusting relationships. And like I said, some of them are casual sexual relationships. Some of them are much more meaningful relationships, right? Or much deeper relationships, more emotionally connected, more whatever connected. Right? And even in casual sexual relationships, I find that having some of this conversation is good for setting expectations. Because I'll walk into a casual sexual relationship with a very, very different expectation. Like, we're fucking.
And then somebody falls in love.
Especially the other part.
Yeah, we're fucking. Right? That's what we're doing. We're fucking. And that's the end of that's the whole relationship. We're fucking. And they walk into that relationship thinking, well, we're fucking, and it could lead to a friendship, or it might turn into something else. And from my side, we're fucking. And I don't want to hurt them after, right? I don't want to leave them with that impression. Like, how come you didn't call me after we were fucking? Because we were fucking, then we're done, right?
And one thing to kind of, touch on the whole truth and validity of emotions and so forth. The fact of the matter is the majority of the world is not irrational and insane. Everyone has their own personal reasons for why they feel a certain way. And whether you choose to, discuss that with your partner and figure out why are they feeling that way, I'm sure eventually if you talk to them enough and explore it enough, you will eventually find a reason that is both, rational and makes sense.
I wanted to take a step back to something, Steve mentioned at the beginning. And this kind of goes back to the relationship escalator. Steve mentioned, he had a partner, some things happened, and they're no longer together, and that's just how it goes, right? And this is probably the biggest way that consensually non-monogamous relationships can break this escalator, right? Dan Savage, if you're not familiar with him, he's a sex advice columnist, started writing for The Stranger in Seattle, now is nationally syndicated and has a podcast. One of the things that he says that actually is probably one of the things that got me interested in polyamory and non-monogamy in the first place is that it's actually toxic that the marker of success for a typical heteronormative, monogamous relationship is that someone dies in it, right? We tend to look at relationships from a mononormative stance of, oh, well, you guys were married and then you got divorced, well, that relationship failed. And that's not necessarily the case, right? People change, things change. If you're in a relationship with someone for 10 years and you have a great time together, you have a great sex life, but you grew to be different people and you grow apart and you decide, hey, we can move into a different direction, we can stay friends, maybe we can't. Why can't that relationship still be a success, right? Like, why couldn't that have still been a good relationship? You both learned from it, you learn things about yourself, you learn things about each other. You both grew when you were in that relationship. It just so happens that you grew in different directions and you grew apart, right? And that's okay. And this escalator kind of demonizes that, right? Because if you get to this point and you get to commitment and maybe merging lives and now you live to, formalizing the relationship and you live together, and then you fall off before, someone dies, you've fallen off the escalator and that relationship is seen as a failure. It's seen as something that didn't go correctly, right? Sometimes people just grow apart, people change, their needs change, right? Speaking anecdotally, like, I recently was diagnosed with ADHD. I'll say it here because I'm sure most of the people listening are neurodivergent in some way. And that has really made me discover personally who I am in a way that I really didn't understand before, and understand my needs in ways that I didn't understand before. It hasn't had an effect on my relationships. I say luckily, but it just happened to fall that way. But it could have, right? I could have discovered that I was in a relationship that wasn't really a good fit for me because now I understand myself better, right? That wouldn't make that relationship a failure, but it just ends, right? And sometimes that's okay. Back to the actual deck.
Okay, your turn.
Oh, it's great. I get to keep talking.
You
want to talk about conversion?
Oh, not my
I'll
area
do
of
it.
expertise.
Okay.
The only area of expertise I am as a cat is in the upper right hand.
The Schadenfreude, that's the opposite.
So for those of you who are not familiar with the term, I think everyone knows what jealousy means. I'm not going to describe what jealousy is, right? But we're talking about conversion, and oftentimes in polyamory, especially in the literature, you'll see that these two things are linked together. I want to try and talk about why they're not really linked.
They're not opposites.
They're not
jealousy
opposites.
is Schadenfreude.
Yeah, and so we put this little graphic up here, right? You go this way and this way, right? Jealousy is Schadenfreude. They're opposites, really. Jealousy is feeling like, right, hostility. Right? It's not a very pleasant emotion. It has nothing to do with feeling joy. Hostility and joy are not opposites of one another. Right? From my perspective, conversion, be careful. I'll explain what it really means. It means that you, like my partner, my husband, right, has his boyfriend. And his boyfriend is married and has his boyfriends and his husband. And the husband of my the husband of my husband's boyfriend, this gets complicated, right, has his boyfriends, right? And I think it's great that they're all having a grand time, right? Sometimes they go to parties together, the whole group of them. I'm at home. I actually like the home time, by the way. It's like, oh my God, my husband and the dog are out of the house right now. Oh, my house. It's nice. Can you take the dog over having parties? Don't get any ideas. because my husband's boyfriend has a dog that they get along really well. Anyway,
Just 2 legs or 4?
this is 4. Yeah. The 2-legged dog's mine.
Okay.
Right, and so we have a slide here that talks about this, right? What is conversion? Right, conversion, what oftentimes we think of as a net result of having these conversations and being honest with yourself. You know what makes you happy, right? And so then you put yourself in a relationship and in a position in a relationship where your needs are being met. Right? So if your needs are being met and your needs, for instance, in your relationship are emotional security, I have that with my husband. I don't need sexual security or something like that from my husband. So having him have fun, it's all good. Right? In fact, I really enjoy hearing about it. Sometimes he tells me stories. That's even more fun, but that's a kinky thing that I think I may just me. But my needs are already being met, right? I'm in this. It may not just be me, but I'm in. Yeah. But the point is, I'm in a relationship where my needs are being met, right? Or that set of my needs are because I'm honest with what those set of needs are and who's responsible, or who's in that relationship to meet those needs, right? I have a very secure attachment. We're actually married, right? Which is a pretty secure attachment. Look at the camera. And we also have the great wonder that we're poly, and so I have a partner for some of the other things that I don't do. And my husband thinks it's great. In fact, the three of us we're the three who tend to go on vacations together. We're the three, we don't live in bed every day. We always end up together on vacation, right? Which leads to, I'll talk about why that's important later.
And in this last bullet, to be clear, it doesn't have to be another partner, right? And I was very explicit here, right? You can attain happiness from sources other than your partner. I'm going to call you out because you guys are monopoly. And that's a really hard dynamic. And to be able to do that, you have to be able to gain happiness from something that is not your partnership. Right? The mono person especially, right? The polyamorous person, sure, they may have other partners, but you have to be able to be happy doing things that aren't with your partner. Otherwise, you can never really get to this conversion point, right? And that could just be getting the couch to yourself, like we were talking about.
And one thing I'm going to say is that, most people may have never heard of the word conversion. They are definitely 100% familiar with it. If you have ever celebrated, a friend's accomplishments and been happy for them, you've experienced this. You know how to deal with it. It's just that we sometimes forget when we're in a relationship to know how to do that.
Sure.
Good question. Yeah.
Yeah, by conversion, do you perhaps mean like sympathetic joy?
Yep.
It's very close.
Vicarious
to
joy. Yep.
We think vicarious or sympathetic. It's both though. It's not just joy. It's also finding like a profound sense of happiness. So it's not just joy. For me personally, I'm profoundly happy, and I feel fulfilled that my husband has people he finds sexually attractive and has fun with.
And these feelings also change over time. So, for example, when my husband and I were long distance, and I would only get to see him for like maybe a weekend at a time, it's like I was very unhappy when he would go off and spend time with other friends. It's like, look, this is limited time we get together, so I prefer you spend it with me. Now that we've been living together for several years, it's like, most recent con he. Most recent con, it's like I went and spent time with one partner. He went off and spent time with his friends. Perfectly fine.
Yep.
It changes over time.
It really does, and sometimes it can be challenging, right? Even knowing all this, like we can stand up here and talk about it. I have one partner that I won't call out by name who it was a journey to get to this conversion point. He is a highly sexual being and very traditionally attractive, and it took a long time to get to the point where I could actually stop feeling as much jealousy and start feeling conversion when they go out on their antics.
And that happens because you were able to understand what makes you happy.
Yep.
And you felt secure as a result, right?
Talking to the other person too, just often your feelings off of them is a great thing to get there, because I feel like a lot of times people just don't talk because it's hard to start that conversation.
Well, it's really hard, right? It's like, for instance, very early in my path to this, right? It's like, you're fucking other people and you're not inviting me.
Right.
But that's what I would say. What I was really feeling wasn't what I was saying. What I was really feeling is, I'm feeling left out.
Mm-hmm.
I may be feeling I'm not attractive. I may be feeling that, I'm not whatever. I don't have the right kind of unit for this.
I'm
right?
feeling that you're preferencing other
I'm feeling
people
that you're
over me.
preferencing other people over me, and so I'm feeling lesser, right? But
That was my big challenge.
It's really hard to say that out loud, right? it's not easy to go. I'm feeling like I'm lesser, and this is not making me feel that way. I'm feeling this way because.
Yeah,
right?
it's Steve and I have made a joke the last 2 years that we've written this talk that ultimately everything that we put in these slides, to your point, we could just replace with one word, and that's communication. Right. Everything surrounding polyamory is about having open lines of communication, and really what is important is knowing how to get to those open lines of communication.
And like in a professional environment, managers are very good at this because this is the kind of stuff that they have to deal with all the time. Managing people is 100% about relationships, about communication, about making sure everyone's needs are met, and so forth. And similarly, the relationship escalator sort of reminds me of someone's, what we define as someone's successful career chart. If you don't see hills and valleys in it, I would recommend talking to someone else.
Yeah, exactly. If you haven't been promoted in 2 years, you're obviously not a good fit.
Right. The old Big Seven rule, right?
Yeah.
Accounting firms. You weren't promoted 7 times in 7 years, you weren't going to get to partner. Just leave. So same model. Okay.
So before we go into Q&A, just some updates. We talked earlier about how polyamory is starting to enter the cultural zeitgeist. Here are some ways that it is. First off, earlier this year, Peacock launched a non-monogamous dating show called Couple to Thruple. It's horrible, but
it's really bad.
It's really bad. Don't watch it. It paints us in a horrible light, but it's there.
And it doesn't talk about any of this.
No. And they do some really toxic games that are just going to foster a lot of conflict.
Yeah, exactly. They actually pit you and other partners against each other in this show. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Oh my God. But it's there.
But
right?
at least we're talking about it. So it's the beginning, right?
But in much happier news, 4 cities, Somerville and Cambridge, Massachusetts, and then Berkeley and Oakland, California, all passed ordinances extending legal protections for non-monogamous relationships, meaning you cannot be denied housing, you cannot be denied employment, you cannot be denied hospital visits, access to your partners in the hospital if you're in a non-monogamous relationship in those localities.
That's so good to hear.
Somerville, Massachusetts took it a step further. They're actually issuing non-monogamous domestic partnerships and civil unions, and so you can actually have a legal status with your polycule in Somerville, Massachusetts, and that is valid across the country because it is a civil partnership, and so you can go to Somerville, get your civil partnership, and then have your polycule on your benefits, which has started forcing companies to talk about, well, how do we structure our benefits plans so that non-monogamous relationships are accounted for because these are now legal relationships. Molly Roden Winter, another really bad one. Great book, Not a Great Guide to Polyamory. She published More, a memoir of an open marriage. It became a New York Times bestseller. Molly Roden Winter is a affluent Park Slope New Yorker that was in an open marriage, and she details kind of her journey in discovering polyamory and open marriages. Great book. Recommend the read. Don't do anything she did.
Yeah, spoiler alert. She's a serial monogamist. That's what she really is. Kind of painting herself as a polyamorous person.
Yeah. But good book. Pay attention to what her husband does because he's really good at this.
Yeah, he's actually the really good guy. He's only kind of in the background, unfortunately, but it's really interesting how he responds.
Yep. Yeah. And then this January, the New Yorker published an issue of their magazine. The whole issue was devoted to consensual non-monogamy. Non-consensual monogamy, yes. That would be the monogamy. If I was monogamous, it would be non-consensual.
I was going to say, most tabloids specialize in non-consensual non-monogamy.
That's Playboy. And then, just some studies that have started to surface and have been floating around. 2 separate studies, one in America, one in Canada, actually indicated that 1 in 5 people reported having been in a consensual non-monogamous relationship. Right? There's, 15 roughly of us in here? So 3 of us have been in a non-consensual, well, yeah, I guess we have. And maybe more, right? We're actually breaking the 1 in 5.
Yay for furries.
2 studies that were a little more broad-reaching found that currently, at the time of the study, somewhere between 2.5% and 4% of people in relationships identified those relationships as consensually non-monogamous in some way, whether it was polyamorous, swinging, open, monogamish, whatever. 45% of individuals polled were interested in consensual non-monogamy and would be interested in entering a consensual non-monogamous relationship. That's almost half of everyone, right? That's enough to get laws passed.
And it wasn't just all boys.
It was not just all boys. It was a cross-cutting study. And then finally, a couple years ago, a dating app called Field launched. I actually really like it. It's a really cool app. they have seen 500% growth over the last 3 years. So this space is getting a lot more open. This is becoming a lot more popular. It's really entering the cultural mainstream. And the reason that I bring this up is, hey, if you're in a position to actually affect change, to be the, I'll draw the analogy to LGBTQ, right? When we were trying to gain cultural acceptance as gay individuals and trans individuals, we needed to have people out there that showed, hey, we're normal people just like you, right? We are your coworker, we're your friend, we're your bartender, we're your barber, we're your whatever, right? We are now at that point with polyamory. If you are in a situation, security in your job, security in your life, not living in a red state, right, where you can actually be, and no, I say this seriously, it's not even a joke, where you can be publicly out, right, and you can talk with people about your experiences in consensual non-monogamy, and let them understand that, hey, you're not some weirdo with, well, we're all weirdos, but that you're not, different, and that the only thing that differentiates you from them is this. It normalizes us, right? It gives us a little more standing when we go out there and try to get these laws passed, because now your friends have friends that are polyamorous, and they know that these things can impact you, right? And that's really important, because that's how we want acceptance as the LGBTQ community. That's how we're going to win legal protections and acceptance as the polyamorous and non-monogamous community.
Right. Yeah. And it's like my company has a huge pride organization. It's like where I disclose my status through that avenue. And there are a number. It's like if you happen to work for a large company that has that kind of thing, chances are you can probably do the same thing and help support that representation.
Yep. And work locally, right? I happen to live in Berkeley, which is back there, right? We talk to the city council. We talk to our local representatives. We talk about who we are, right? And the point being, we might not be quote unquote in the middle, whatever normal, right? But they get a chance to talk to them. We talk to the issues together, right? If they don't have anyone like us to talk about the issues with, they make it all up in their own heads. It's like, we all do about everything. When we say red state, I'm making that up in my head. I have no idea what it's like to live in a red state. I've lived in California my entire life. I imagine what it's like.
We can talk about it.
Yeah,
we can talk about
I've
it.
lived here and I've lived in Florida, so we can talk.
We can talk about it. Right? I don't have that experience, so I make it up in my point is I make it up in my head. Maybe in a red state you can go talk to your city councilman. Maybe in a red state you can have that conversation, in Dade County or whatever, right? Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah.
15 years ago it was easier. Florida's going the wrong direction.
But,
exactly.
But there's lots of
a
places
lot of people moving in right now.
Yeah. But the point is, maybe you can, right? And so try. If you're willing to try, if you feel comfortable doing it, I'm a big advocate for talking about this. I'm a huge advocate for changing the laws to support more than one.
There's the legal group that supports polyamorous rights. I can't remember what it's
I
called.
just sent you to it.
Yeah, so I'll if anybody's interested, find me after the talk and I'll send it to you. There was a great podcast put out by one of the polyamory advocacy groups, like lobbying groups, that really gave a questionnaire on how to determine if you should be one of the people to go out and advocate, right? Do you have kids in school, right? Like, are you divorced? Is this something your ex-partner can use against you in court, right? There's a whole bunch of different variables. And ultimately, it's a decision you have to make for yourself and your comfort level and your individual situation, right? Maybe you're in a red state, but you are, a high-level executive company that you could do this at. Then it's fine. Or maybe you're in a blue state, but you have a partner who's going to take you to court and try and paint you in a bad light because you're polyamorous and you shouldn't be the advocate. But it is a very personal decision and one you have to make based on your own circumstances.
Are you talking about Woodhull or NCSO?
What was that?
Woodhull or NCSO?
I think it was NCSO. Yeah.
Yeah, so any other questions? We have 3 minutes.
Yeah, more in Q&A.
And we're in Q&A.
We go back to the slide. It was keep going. Keep going. One more. So here, right? So you want to be ethically non-monogamous. Why? My perspective. I identify as a hedonist. I've had my partners call me a relationship anarchist. Right? I see a hole, I want to stick my dick in it. I find someone who wants to serve me, and I like to bring them in closer so they can learn me better and serve me better, right? I just naturally do that. So with that perspective, shouldn't the question really be, why do you want to be monogamous? Like, shouldn't the default setting just be like, all right, you feel a proclivity, go with it?
So if our society gets there, I'm gonna like be really happy and dance around all the time. But the reality is that we live in a very mononormative world, right? All the structure that you were taught, whether it was church or school or most of your society, was mononormative.
Not to mention, one thing I would say as well is that this is a very personal, internal-facing question. You may say, why be monogamous? I have the right to ask you back. Why should I be non-monogamous? It's a very personal question, and only I am able to answer what my motivations are. And I'm the one who needs to determine what those are.
So we have one other thing. I want to ask you, how did you figure out you were polyamorous?
So reading Dan Savage and then reading Sex at Dawn was actually what did it.
What would you?
Let's see. So I was actually first introduced to it through another furry, and they changed the terms of the relationship midway through without telling me, and it led to a very bad experience. But it exposed me to a part of myself that I realized I can't do without. And if anything, it actually doubled or redoubled my resolve to always be open and communicative and honest with my partners, and expecting them to do the same, just so that would never happen again.
How about you?
So it's interesting, right? I kind of equated how I figured out it was furry because I was talking to anything that had 4 legs and fur, basically, and then I was talking to 2 legs and fur, and so I figured it was furry. That was long time ago. Like I was an adolescent, right? And when I realized that, the reason I came up with I figured out I was polyamorous because I realized that every single vacation I've ever wanted to go on, so time for me to have fun with others, I wanted to go with myself and at least one other person. And by myself, my partner, my then partner, or whoever the partner was, at least one other person. Sometimes 4, sometimes 6. I was never satisfied in my head. And it took me a while to figure out why. Why does Steve always want to bring everybody with him? Not that I want to have sex with all of them, well, maybe some of them, but more that I just want to hang out with all of them. That gave me tremendous sense of satisfaction and joy, right? Having all those people around, right? And it, like I said, it wasn't sexual necessarily.
You want to connect them.
And I was always interested in connecting 2 people together.
Yeah.
Right?
So
If
fun.
that person make that person connect.
You guys are cool.
Yeah, and talk and have fun, and then sometimes they go off and we never see them again. That'd be great too. Sometimes they get closer. It was all that sort of thing. But it really began with I wanted to have this community around. All right, to share with. Okay.
We are at time. If there are any other questions, we will be back there, and so you can stop in and ask, and we will address them. I want to make sure we get to our next speaker, though.
Yes.
Can I have one more round of applause for Steve and
What is your next talk now? No, what?
Oh, what? So the next talk is going to be "I'll Take Hacking for $100, Keeping Your CTF Costs Out of Jeopardy" by Silverfish.
But did you get the card yet?
Do we have Silverfish in the suite? Maybe.
Steve, I want to ask you. Wait a minute. I'll come out.
Will the real Silverfish please stand up?
You did not.
Thank you. It's my card. It's a card that you could pick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And looking at the I'm thinking come back, but also I'm curious about starting. I'm at your card.
Okay.
And it's a 15 pound 12 years ago. I tried to produce it. I used 15. Figured out the room
Yeah.
I mean, basically said, as long as somebody does
There's like, which Steve is like, well, which Steve is it? Is it that Steve or Pinky Steve?
He got me when I was downstairs. He was wanted to help talk with me. I said, "Oh, perfect." Do we want to pause to stop this and start the next talk? So break the video into pieces.
Yep. Yeah, I'll get that for you.
and then
Yeah.
Then
Do we have Silverfish in the suite? Our next speaker.
they might be stuck downstairs.
It might have been over capacity.
Yeah, you guys kind of are, but it's really
Like,
You're going to be trading with this.
When I came in,
I don't
Yeah.
He's downstairs coming up.
Yes. And like you said, it's just for gather up the top people and then.
Did you? I got it back to intermission.
Okay.
I did not stop this and restart it for the next video, so it breaks it. Might be prudent.
This was not stopped. This was not running because it's been overheating.
Okay. Unfortunately, this one was pulled off intermission until I noticed it and I popped it off, but it was like after like third or fourth slide.
Oh, it was still on intermission?
Yes.
I asked Kit to press the button and he said he did.
That's what I'm trying to do.
The stream was active, but it was still in intermission because I was like, wait a minute. It's in intermission now, but yeah, the voice is still going through, so it's not muted. So you got the audio, but the video for the first bunch of slides won't be there.
where do I need to stand?
Just like right here or right here, corner to corner, basically. Okay. All right. So we're going to be starting our next talk. Please give it up for our speaker, Silverfish, and his presentation, "Keeping Your CTF Costs Out of Jeopardy. I'll take hacking for $100." Or I got it backwards, but
Yeah,
similar.
Okay, darlings. Right, so today we're going to be talking about how to handle hosting the CTF, things like design implications, logistics, infrastructure, all that kind of jazz, and try and keep things cheap. So let's talk about disease taxonomy briefly. So we've got this person called John Bennett in the 1800s, or in March. Medicine didn't really have an established taxonomy for naming conventions. It's very much a free-for-all, that kind of thing. And our Scottish physician, John Bennett, he's seeing a 28-year-old patient who's sort of like a stone layer, very fit kind of person, very bulky, otherwise should be quite healthy, especially considering a lot of people around him. But what was odd was that he was affected with what was described as a great listlessness, just very fatigued, didn't have a whole lot of energy, very strange for the time. So he'd constantly get like fevers, tumors in his neck, very sick constantly. Again, very unusual because there wasn't any obvious symptoms. So at that point, the idea of cell theory was very new. Like they had microscopes and they could see some cells, but they didn't understand how they interacted or anything like that. But they had an abundance of they generally considered an abundance of white blood cells as just pus, right? So with that, Mr. Bennett basically tries to coin the term suppleration of blood. So a bunch of pus that's in the blood, that's kind of an indication of something unusual. Now, he described this as an infection. And when he did this, he basically kind of assumed this is what the cause was. Now, as a result, he publishes this paper, describes what happened with the patient. Unfortunately, the patient died. But other doctors pick up the same idea. So whenever they see like a bunch of white blood cells together, they call it a separation of blood. Along comes a young lad named Rudolf Weickraut. Now, Weickraut is very early in his doctor's career, right? Now, he has a similar patient, female cook in her 50s. She's feeling very listless, very unusually sick. Again, she should be quite well at this point. But he's fresh out of medical school and trying to get a grasp on what he's learning. Because a lot of this stuff doesn't make sense. Like, we're talking, this is the same period where you had things like the humors and miasma, and it's just, it doesn't quite make sense for someone who hasn't been in the industry. So he goes in the opposite direction, right? He doesn't really like to take what other people have described, and instead says, I'm not going to imply I know what this is, just call it like he sees it, right? So while he's writing to his father, he says, true knowledge is only obtained by knowing what you don't know. And he's very keenly aware of what isn't there, like the gaps in his knowledge. So he initially calls it Weiss Blut, which is German for white blood. He then takes that idea, publishes that idea, and then when it gets translated later on into Greek, we get leukemia, right? So at that point, you're basically talking about, instead of assuming what you're talking about based on describing or anything like that, you're trying to just describe what you see, say what you see, basically. And this allows you to look at things in a different way. Now, this story kind of came about because of a podcast called Radiolab, an episode called Hello, My Name Is. It's a great episode where they talk about this kind of stuff, but this is my attitude when it comes to a lot of CTF stuff, right? I practice what I preach, but it's very much a case of say what you see. So these are some of the things that I've come across when I'm doing it. So today we're going to kind of break down into 4 categories. Right, so we've got scope, design, hosting, and logistics. So if you've never played a CTF, I'm going to assume a lot of folks already here have. Very briefly, stands for capture the flag. It's kind of like gamification, education, learning, that kind of stuff. Known as war games, all kind of jazz. You solve challenges, you get points, that kind of jazz. All right. So let's talk about some of the different CTFs that are out there. You've got one of the most common ones that's out there is Jeopardy. So you get your Jeopardy style board. Usually it's just like a list of different challenges. They're all given different point value. Very clear indication of both the categories that they're in, but also specifically the difficulty that's in there. So typically, higher points means that it's harder. You also have attack and defense. So this would be stuff like capture flag, red versus blue, king of the hill, that kind of thing. And these are directly competing teams, either 2v2 or directly contra each other, or you might have like a big mesh of different people trying to take over various points on network or that kind of stuff. And this would be things like take over a node, it generates points, and this allows you to sort of like mix it up as to how you attack, but it's also a little bit closer to what happens in the real world. To a degree. I mean, CTFs are still a little bit abstract. So then you also have non-traditional CTFs. So these are kind of the ones that are a little bit still in that genre, but very much not the traditional stuff that we've come across already. So you've got things like the DEFCON Scout Journal, Trace Labs, Fossil the Sock, Arctic. These are all things that are still in that vein, and allow people who may not be technically minded to still get involved in the industry and that kind of stuff. So let's talk about scope. This is the hard part, right? Because you're basically trying to figure out how your CTF is going to work. And the main thing is this should be your first step, because you want to do things like, where are we going to do it? How long is it going to be on? And this basically allows you to anticipate some of the bigger stuff that happens. So this is a brief traffic spike that came across on one of my CTFs. This is just at the beginning of one of the competitions that I held. And it's very clear at the beginning, when the opening starts, that's when everyone's hitting CTF, right? That's pretty standard. But the important thing is that if you take the data that you've got when you define the scope, you can then elaborate and then try and anticipate the different things that's going to happen, right? So obvious stuff will be how much traffic are you expecting, how many people are you going to play with, and that kind of stuff. But then going on further, who's the target audience? Is this like technical? Is this kids? Is it industry vets? That kind of stuff. What kind of difficulty do you want to do? How many challenges? Do you have enough content for people who may be, rookies with this kind of stuff? It might take a while to get through it. Or if you're an industry vet, you're just knocking this out really quickly. So the other stuff that you want to kind of talk about is, do you have like a theme? Is this a charity? Is it family friendly? Again, same idea, but you kind of loop that in with some of the other stuff that builds off your previous stuff, right? So this helps you, again, define what your difficulty is, or some of the other things that you can kind of leverage. Like if it's charity, for example, that's a great way to get some extra advertising, PR, whatever you want to call it, because everyone likes to support charity. And especially if you can support a good cause, that's fantastic to get featured in some news articles or that kind of stuff. It also allows you to get extra benefits down the line. So again, the charity example is good because sponsors are a lot more likely to sponsor you, give you money, extra resources, if you're supporting a charity that is in line with some of the stuff that they want to do. So maybe it's something family friendly, that kind of. Cool. So this is a diagram that I did like literally 10 minutes ago, and it's also technically why I'm slightly late. But when you're looking at your CTF, you want to try and figure out where on this graph you want to make it, what's your objective, right? So is this going to be something that's competitive, educational, or fun? Now, if it's something competitive, you're trying to make something that is show off who's the best of the best at engineering, or pro challenges, or web, or that kind of stuff. And you can use that as a way to try and introduce mechanics for the players, like first blood, achievements, blood bounties, that kind of stuff, to reinforce that competitive nature. But that's really hard to do if you're also trying to focus on an educational aspect, because a lot of people will get like tunnel vision when they're trying to compete, and they just want to try and solve these challenges as quickly as possible. So you don't care too much about why you're doing it. You might have a big spiel about why we're doing this, but it will just get overlooked if it's competitive. Educational, likewise, you're trying to get people to slow down and teach them something. So Try Hackney is a great example of that, where they give you like these the runes that they've set up, or the challenges overall, is like 20 steps. But over it, they give you these little breadcrumbs that basically increment you towards the end goal, which is maybe learn how to use a tool like grep or bash or anything else like that. But it's those small steps that gradually introduce new concepts and teach you how to do something. That's actually kind of cool. And then fun is just you're showcasing maybe a cool exploit or a technique or something else like that. Vulnhub is kind of a good example of this because while they do kind of have a leaderboard, there's no time limit or there's nothing you win by doing it. It's just basically a case of here's something cool, you want to try it, that kind of stuff. So the last thing you kind of want to talk about is whether where you're actually going to host it. Now, a lot of stuff is virtual, especially with COVID and if you want to open it up internationally. But this means that you need to consider different things when you're doing it. So if it's virtual, you open it up to the rest of the world, which could lead to some security implications that you need to prepare for. If you have a web application firewall or anything else to try and lock down or limit access to people who shouldn't actually have anything yet. Because the other thing is, if you open it up to the world, you might have people who win prizes that you can't actually send stuff out to. If you have someone who's outside the US, for example, international shipping costs a bomb. And depending on what you've got, it may not be feasible for them to actually get it. So if you have physical stuff, that makes things a little bit easier. So you're limiting it to a space. But then you have different problems like things like limited bandwidth, power, safety concerns, and also a limit as to how many people can actually play at the same time. Now, you can kind of, with the physical stuff, you have the benefit of being able to use like self-hosted hardware. It's very easy to get cheap enterprise kit that you can then use as part of your competitions to try and offset some of your costs. You can't really do that with virtual. But it does mean, as I said, you have the physical limitations of the actual space. So let's talk about design. So this is how you design your CTF and also some of the challenges that are in there. So design systems are a great way to sort of like talk about your product, in this case, either your CTF or the challenges within them. And it kind of gives it like a standard almost. So you're talking about things like your typography, your layouts, your colors, kind of like your brand, right? What is it you want to focus on? What are you trying to get everyone under the same umbrella? But also, it makes things a lot cleaner and a lot easier to deal with. So this also allows you to deal with things like accessibility concerns or that kind of stuff. Some of the most common things that you want to do are make sure that all of your flag formats, for example, are all in the same format. You have like CTF bracket, whatever the flag is, and then a close bracket or whatever. Because if you've got different stuff, then people will get confused. It'll be a little bit more difficult later on. So this is one way that you can kind of take that idea and put it into practice, right? So this is a Trello board that I've got for CTFs. And in it, it just kind of describes every bit of the CTF challenge itself. So in this case, it's like a steganography challenge. You've got the actual file, which in this case is like an image, description, all the various bits and bobs that basically make up what the challenge is. And the important thing is that you can then use that to track extra stuff. Like, for example, let's say you've got a bunch of forensic stuff. You're like, well, we're not really trying to be a forensics CTF. We want to try and offset it, or we want to get more pwn challenges or whatever else like that. But it also allows you to try and figure out, do we have too many difficult challenges? Do we have too many easy ones? How do we get more people to play them? Like, if we've got a lot of difficult stuff, let's see if we can put in a bunch of different hints and try and make it a bit easier for people who may not have that experience. Now, the last thing, and probably the most important bit, is the write-up, right? So this is meant to be, if you're taking submissions from other people, you want to make sure that it's very clear from a testing perspective how to do this, like how to go through the steps, how to figure it out yourself, but then also it gives you an idea as to how to host it, right? So let's say, for example, you've got a Docker challenge. It's doing some kind of web app or whatever else like that. You got to make sure that it's opening up the ports properly, it's intercepting the traffic properly, it's doing what it's meant to do, and if it doesn't, then you go back to the write-up and go, oh, okay, well, maybe they've not configured the port forwarding correctly, or something else like that on our configuration. That's the issue. So it just makes things a lot easier to troubleshoot if you need it down the line. Right. So then we've got style guides outside of the industry. So this is quite interesting because this is the UK government style guide. And it basically just describes all the different aspects of different pieces of info if it's used in the UK government. So, for example, whenever someone says backend, they describe it as it's one word, right? You don't put a hyphen in between, you don't put a space in between, that's it, right? And it keeps it standardized, right? But it's the same thing with other stuff like, here's what a banking details looks like, here's what banned words are, you can't use these kind of things, that kind of stuff. But similarly, again, it gives that consistency. And when you're coming back to the different challenges, these are kind of like your rules that you want to put in place. For example, you've got some home challenges. You say, we don't want any Windows servers, because then that means we need to deal with licensing. This is especially relevant down the line because depending on which platform you're using or anything else like that, they may have the same problem. Like you may say, you can't use Windows because in order to do that, you have to sort out licensing, which could be a hassle in the cloud, and it's a whole other thing entirely. Likewise, you might have some hardware requirements, like has to fit on a T2 Nano device or whatever, so that you can scale it up properly. Same thing with some of the other bits like max file size, etc., etc. Right. So on the topic of style guides, DEFCON, they don't have an official style guide, but they kind of have something very similar. Every year they've got a theme that they go with. So this theme, for example, is engage. The one for DEFCON 29 was can't stop the signal. And it's a good way to try and understand where they're coming from and the kind of culture or the idea that they're trying to make for every year, right? So you've got a bunch of different films, they call homework and that kind of stuff. But this gives you an idea, especially with the color palette as well. If you've got anything else that you want to try and encourage people to use or bring under that umbrella, it brings everyone under that same tribe mentality, right? So it allows you to basically say, I'm with my people, I'm here, I'm part of DEFCON, because we're all using the same color. It's not a uniform necessarily, but we're all part of the same group, that kind of thing. So this is sort of like your first kind of flag. I call it like baby's first flag. This is meant to be a litmus test of sorts, which basically says it's the first challenge that players will come across, but it does a couple of different bits that's very important. And this is just like something very rudimentary, but it allows you to, it's the first challenge they'll come across. It's super easy. But when you do it, the important thing is, once they solve this challenge, it makes sure that they are aware of these different things that are there. So for example, if a player has solved this challenge, we can assume they've gone to the site, which means the site is online. They can register an account, which means email is working, captcha is working. They can read, which may not always be the case. They can also submit the flag. Again, with the same flag format is there, they understand what it's meant to look. It's basically like a teachable moment. But it gives you an idea to make sure that they know how to use the platform specifically. Now this is called the basic user journey in the industry, and it's a very good way, like it's a use case to try and understand, just to define what a user or a player is going to see when they solve this. Right, so PicoCTF, on this note, this is an education program by Carnegie Mellon University, launched in 2015. Huge amount of people that are there, but they're fantastic because they have a bunch of resources for both like students and teachers to try and push InfoSec. So they're a fantastic resource to learn about not only just like InfoSec, but also hosting CTFs and some of the different gamification ideas that are there as well. So some of the great papers that are there are Peekaboo, how to avoid scaring students away in CTF competition, and then automatic problem generation for capture the flag competitions. So these talk about how to gamify learning in such a way that you can teach complex topics to students who might be in like high school or have no technical ability whatsoever. And then similarly, use capture the flag competitions to try and gamify that learning for more complex stuff later on. I think Parliament Opponent is a great example of a group that came out of Carnegie Mellon from playing and contributing to PicoCTF. And now they have their own massive CTF that's basically used as a qualifier for DEFCON. So, yes. So here's an interesting contrast of two different challenges. So with the PicoCTF, they do this yearly thing where they get students to contribute challenges for a CTF. And you can put in whatever you want, but the idea is that players will play it, and then you'll be able to gather some of the metrics. So we've got two different challenges here. One which is binary exploitation. It says we'll kind of go into that a little bit. Then we got another one which is forensics. Now, what's interesting about this one is the first one is the description. It's a bit vague, right? He says, "Oh, I got a bot to train stocks for me using AI and machine learning. You wouldn't believe me if I told you it's insecure." And then they've got a file, and then also this address here, and we're trying to connect to it. They've also only got one pin that's there, which doesn't really get a huge amount of information. It says, well, maybe take a look at the API key. If you compare this with the other challenge here, you've got a little bit more defined objective. It says, introduces the idea of trusted dolls, but it also says, what's the final image here? And then it says, there's the image. Same thing with the hints. It's a bit more information about what you need to do, and more importantly, gives you more clues that kind of indicate, this is what you actually need to do to solve this challenge. And if you look at the difference between the points, this one is a lot more generous with its points compared to this one. So the amount of effort that's involved to try and solve this challenge, you have to maybe look at the C file, potentially run it, decompile it, then try and connect to this connection on here. People may not know how to do this. That's a lot of different genres or technologies involved just to solve this. Whereas this one, pretty straightforward. And you can also see the difference between how well received and how many solves it got compared to them. So this is the same thing, right? So there's another one here. It's a bit vague, but it actually have the same slide on that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So same thing with the title. Doesn't really give a huge amount of information compared to this one. It gives a little bit more of a hint. This one is a little bit on the nose a bit. It's just basically tar a bunch, and what you need to do is try to use some scripts, basically just untar it like 1,000 times. But it's the same idea as before, right? So you don't have as much information. This one is actually quite interesting because it's basically giving redundant information, right? So we're already aware of what the flag format is because we're playing on a platform. At this point, players would already done that introduction that says, here's what it looks like. And again, you have the same issue where the number of people who actually played it and solved it and liked it and that kind of stuff. Just as an interesting contrast between the two. Right, so we've got scope done, we've got design done, now we're on to the hard stuff. Well, kind of. This is the techie bits. So this is where, when you're trying to figure out how you're actually going to host your CTF, we're going to look at the different platforms. So one of the most popular ones out there is CTFD, and I really like that because the ongoing development, Academy was fantastic at this. It's been going on for near on a decade now, but it's extensible. They've got lots of ongoing development. It's really friendly. It's a great platform there. Pico is great as well, but they've kind of stopped development in recent years, so it's still available. You can still play around with it, but it's not as great. You've also got Root the Box, Facebook, CTF, OAuth. These are kind of different things, but they require a little bit more tinkering. So CTFD is great if you just want something that just kind of runs. Especially because they've got a service that's pretty cheap, where you can just go, yeah, we want an instance, they'll throw in a couple of challenges, it's like $50 a month. And if you want something that's a bit more custom, they can add that into it as well. And they handle all of the difficulty parts, like where the infrastructure's going to lay like. So all you got to do is just log in and make your challenges. So it makes things a bit easier. But the handy thing with the Facebook CTF is they kind of have this global map type thing. So that kind of goes back into your theme and what you want to do. That's really cool to look at as opposed to just a list of different challenges. But it's up to you as to whether you want to do something like this. This kind of map is very possible in CTFD, and I have seen it done before, but only in older versions which aren't necessarily supported yet. But you can still, you just have to remake it, it takes a bit more. Yeah, so the platform is important because it handles sort of like the meta stuff, right? So, yeah.
Are you a self-hosted CTFD?
Yes, you can self-host it. It's very easy. They give you two different things. So you can either download a Docker image and basically just run it, ready to go, or you can also download the source files on GitHub and basically tinker around with it yourself. It uses Unicorn or Gunicorn, whatever you want to call it, and it sets up, it runs on Python, it's a service, pretty easy to run. And then you start tinkering with it, setting up what ports it's on, how many workers, threads, that kind of stuff that you can throw it. And then from there, we'll kind of get into it a little bit later, but it allows you to scale it up. Because at the end of the day, this is just a web platform, right? This kind of stuff's been done to death. All the different platforms that you've got allows you to make a website and how to do that. So let's talk about trying to make something straightforward. So again, we've got our platform. We want to try and figure out our database, file hosting, that kind of stuff. So if you're just trying to tinker with something, as I said, you can get CTFD, you can get these platforms, you can play around with them on your PC. And then you want to see, okay, how hard is this running maybe a Raspberry Pi or that kind of stuff. You can get some pretty cheap enterprise equipment. Like we're talking like 10 gigabit switches, massive 120 gig RAM, whatever things, right? These things look the size of a pizza box, that kind of stuff. A lot of enterprise businesses throw them out, right? And you can get them pretty cheap for $100 or whatever else. It's a powerful kit. And the only downside is it's loud and it eats a lot of energy. But it's a great way to learn. And if you've got something that's in physical space, you can kind of sequester it off into the back, that kind of stuff. And you've got a lot of power behind it to play with yourself. But Raspberry Pi, that's a great entry to this kind of stuff because it's easy, it's ubiquitous, that kind of stuff. But also trying to figure out, on a simple VM, again, we're talking about just a web server that's there. You have a local database that just writes the processing. The same thing with processing there. You're uploading stuff like this, so it's just on your box. And then you can start to develop further on. So now you've kind of got your minimum viable product. You're going, okay, how do we make it smarter? How do we make it more efficient? That kind of stuff. Now you go from maybe a virtual machine or bare metal to something like a container. You can go from a separate database to maybe RDS or some other service that's offered from like Amazon or Azure or whatever. Same thing again, instead of just using the local file system or RAID or that kind of stuff, you go into like S3 buckets or blobs or that kind of thing. Now, that's all well and good, but you then have to think about extra ways to try and manage that kind of traffic. Because again, this is a web application. So then you go, all right, well now we've got to have a load balancer in front. We've got to do redirection, fault tolerance, monitoring, all this kind of stuff. Now you're talking about like standard sysadmins, right? Now, the good news is that, again, this has been done to death, so you don't have to be an expert with this kind of stuff. And it's a question of the value add with this kind of stuff. You don't need granular monitoring about every single thread that's going on, unless you anticipate an issue where you'll need it. Same thing with network segmentation. If you're only dealing with, let's say, for example, forensics files, and it's just file uploads, that kind of stuff, you don't need to worry about having like separate VNets or VLANs or anything else like that, because you're just going to have your web application. Now you should still have certain things like separation of your database and put in web proxy or that kind of stuff to try and do it from a web point of view. But you don't have to have a huge development network or that kind of stuff. All these features, technically optional, but it depends what you want to get out of them. So when it actually comes to hosting this kind of stuff, this is just a little bit of last word that I came across. You've got, as I said, like hardware that you can host yourself. And as long as it works, that's fine. No one's really going to give a shit. But you also have lots of cloud options there. So the obvious ones is like Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, etc. But some of the smaller ones that are kind of there as well, these Vultr, DigitalOcean, these are kind of like the small mid-time players that are trying to get into the scene. And they all have very similar resources that are available. But it's kind of like learning a different programming language, right? Same syntax, different syntax, but similar logic, right? For loop is the same in JavaScript and Bash and whatever else like that. It's just the way that it's kind of changed. So it's the same thing with all these different technologies. You still have S3 in Azure or DigitalOcean or that kind of stuff. The only thing is, when you're self-hosting, you're actually dealing with those services yourself, trying to figure out how you're going to do it. Right, so this is the important thing. All of these different services offer free usage of the stuff that they've got, but it's a double-edged sword, right? So first of all, in order to get this free credit, you basically have to sign up and add like a credit card or something else like that. Now, it's fine, but you have to be very careful. Monitor all that stuff so that once you're keep within your bounds and so on. Again, going back to the scope, if you know exactly what you're running, it's easy to predict costs and make sure you're in there. 750 hours for each of these different services is about a month, right? Now, what will happen is things like AWS, you'll get an alert on like day 29 or 30, whatever else like that says, hey, you used 680 hours or something else like that. Watch out, you're coming close to the limit. But you're still within the time, right? As soon as the month goes by, it resets. Now, the handy thing with this is it's at the beginning of the month. So this means that if you have a CTF that's running let's say, for example, on March 1st, you've got 750 hours to work with. That's cumulative, right? So that means you can burn through it with a bunch of different like EC2 instances and that kind of stuff all in one day, which is a great way to try and save some extra cash, as long as you turn them off afterwards. Now with the different services, they all kind of have their own different things. The only gotchas that you need to worry about is, AWS, they just say, here's some time, play around with the different services. So it's very comprehensive. Azure, similar thing again, but it says, here's 200 credit to do, and then on top of that. Google Cloud is similar. It's kind of like 300 quid, but specifically it says you can't use Windows DMs. So that's some of the limitations I was talking about earlier when we were talking about submissions. And then DigitalOcean, same again, 200 quid, but you need to use it within 60 days. And again, they ask you to sign up so that once you use up that credit, or after time limit, you then start getting charged. And again, depending on your infrastructure, it may either be very cheap, or if you're not careful and you're playing around and still getting used to cloud, you get very expensive very quickly. You can also look at trying to, like, all of these services are great, but they all try and sell their own variation. So you've got things like Elasticache, Elastic Load Balancer, that kind of stuff. But you can also self-host your own stuff if you want to. Because in essence, that's kind of what they're doing anyway. When you set up like Elastic Load Balancer, it sets up an EC2 instance that's already pre-configured and basically has its own way of doing it. But you could use things like HAProxy if you wanted to. But that adds complexity. And it means that you've got another thing that you need to worry about. Whereas if you're already versed in AWS or Azure or anything else like that, great, you're able to hit the ground running. You can also technically mix and match all these different things if you wanted to. Like you can have your infrastructure in AWS, but maybe your database in Google Cloud or something else like that. But in doing so, it makes things a lot more it's a house of cards kind of situation, right? It's very easy for, especially if it's one person or a couple of different people, you're technically more efficient on that kind of stuff. But if something goes wrong, you're fucked. Right. So these are the actual things that you want to try and do to try and reduce your costs, right? Figure out your scope. Know early and often. If you know exactly what is going to be running on your infrastructure, like if this is just going to be only forensics, easy peasy. All you need to do is just like web storage, S3 buckets, that kind of stuff. You don't need to worry about fancy networks or segregation for like home machines or Docker or anything else like that. It's just your web interface. Same thing with your limitations. Put a cap on how much you're actually going to spend, especially if you're relying on someone else to pay the bill, because they may say, hey, we want to sponsor your competition. We want to give you like 500 credit. So you have to say, all right, well, we can give 500 quid, but tell them this is under the assumption that we have this number of users that we're expecting, and this is kind of like, if you're talking to a venture capitalist, what's your runway? Trying to figure out a plan for how you get from A to B based on your little function. You can also get a lot of different savings based on things like free plans and that kind of stuff. But the problem is, it kind of has diminishing returns, and it makes things very. It's very easy to try and go for all these different services, as I said, but it means that it adds complexity. And later on, the most expensive thing to deal with is a failed event. Because if you have to refund tickets and all that kind of stuff, and also it's a reputation, so no one likes to see failed crash. So yeah, try and utilize stuff that you've already got there. So let's say, for example, you've got someone in work and they already have like credit through Azure or whatever else like that. See if you can use that. It doesn't matter where it is, as long as it works. A lot of different services try and give you convenient solutions that they've got, but you're paying extra to do that. So maybe compare and contrast with the different things that are there. And then keep receipts, right? So if you've got a sponsor, keep all those receipts and then expense back or claim back your tax or anything else like that. So then try and recoup some of that cost, especially if you're like a nonprofit or a charity and that kind of stuff. And you want to do another event later on. So TryHunt did a very interesting blog a little while ago where he talked about the sudden spike in traffic with Have I Been Caught? And what's the exact figure? 10,000 Australian dollars over the course of about a week. And he racked it up. And he had to pay that as well. Like, he didn't understand what was happening. But essentially, Cloudflare kept downloading the password hashes blog and it wasn't actually updating it properly. So there was multiple iterations of the same file that was constantly getting checked. It was basically getting checked out, and as a result, you didn't have any cost alerts or caps or anything else like that. You just got a bill. So you don't want any kind of unnecessary surprises or anything else like that. The other stuff that you can do is, if this is your first time doing CTF, that kind of thing, try and figure out, do it a couple of times yourself, maybe something small for your club or whatever else like that. Utilize some of the other stuff, like asset reuse. Have a challenge, and then have multiple flags in that challenge, right? And then that way, you're storing the same file, but it's used multiple times. So it's not a huge amount of savings, but it's kind of there. Like if you're uploading a VM or something else like that, that can be a good way to try and offset some of those storage costs. Likewise, focus on like offline challenges, making crypto, hosting, forensics, that kind of stuff. These are all just text, right? It's a great way to not have to worry about networks, reduces your complexity, that kind of stuff. And as I said, any enterprise kit that you can get, that's a great way to try and offset. Again, you can technically implement it with cloud stuff, especially for storage, but it can add complexity. So these are some of the figures for different action storage that you can deal with. One thing that's odd is that you can actually get like Dropbox as an S3 integration with CTFD. So potentially, depending on how much stuff you're actually storing, it's an option. The only thing is that when you come to like AWS or Azure, it really depends on how much stuff is really only viable if you're going to be up there. Because even a tenner for storage, that's still a lot when you could just be posting like a handful of megabytes of whatever. Especially when you're talking about things for your site, your images, your banners, that kind of stuff. It may not be a huge amount. But it's a good like little cost benefit analysis. Just be aware that if you do use like a business trial or basic stuff from Dropbox, they're a lot more likely to come down at for anything that seems unusual. So the worst thing that will happen is you do this in dev, everything's fine, and then suddenly on the day you get a massive spike in traffic. Dropbox goes, oh shit, here's your account, right? Nobody wants that. So some of the most valuable spend that I've had with these kind of things is to do with the actual support. And this is just for those, in case of emergency, I need someone who actually knows how to get this fixed specifically right now. So, for example, all the different cloud services have their own versions of like cloud support, where it's just like instant chat with some tech support, that kind of stuff. There are different variations, but the main thing is you've got like developer, business, and then enterprise. Enterprise, no one's going to really use that, but it's there. Business is the main thing that you want, and it's just $100 to be able to go. Cool. I want to talk to someone who can tell me why my DPS or my database is suddenly not responding or anything else like that. Instead of banging your head against the wall, getting stressed during the event, that kind of stuff. One thing to note that with these small cloud providers like DigitalOcean, Vultr, that kind of stuff, they do offer this service free, but it's best effort, right? It's all through tickets, that kind of stuff. Which again, something breaks on the day, you want to be able to get something done, you basically take forever to do whatever. So some of the extra tools that you might find useful are things like SexGen or SecGen. I always said. This is a handy framework to like dynamically generate challenges and stuff like that. Like the flag is different every time if you want to mix and match some different genres. It's kind of useful if you want to avoid like flag sharing or anything else like that. It depends on if that's a big deal for you or how competitive you want to make it. Juice-Shop is a great one just to set up like challenges, get them up and running in no time. But they also work really well with some of the different platforms like CTFD. And it's a great way to try and like understand what's going on. You just want to play around with something. So other things that you need to worry about when you're dealing with cloud. So make sure that the security or the SecOps team are aware that this can be happening. Because again, you're working in dev and then suddenly they see a bunch of like web application hits on whatever else like that. If someone's trying to hack into your stuff, you're expecting them to do so, but their logs will go, oh, this is going to get flagged, and then they'll lock it down. Likewise, keep in mind some unwanted attention. Again, if you've got like a global competition and you're doing something that might be potentially, I don't know, politically contentious, like you're trying to raise money for a trans charity or whatever else like that, you might get people who are just like, I don't like that, and they'll try and DDoS you or whatever else like that. But try and do other things like obviously have your backups ready, focus on your mental health and the other mental health of your team and all that kind of stuff. Things are going to get chaotic every day. So try and focus on having things ready and give people a break, right? So whoever made the infrastructure all the way up, they don't have to do anything on the day. It's someone else. Now, you got to make sure that there's a proper handover and all this other kind of stuff. But the main thing is that people are chill as much as they can be and enjoy the game as well. That's the thing. If you're stressed, it's a real mood killer. But the other thing you can do is have these bug bounties. So if a player comes across and completely circumvents your challenge or search or whatever else like that, you can either go, oh, that's a really cool way of doing it, give them the points, great. Or if you don't like it, you go, all right, well, I'm not a big fan of that, but we're going to patch it afterwards. But instead, I'm going to give you the points. You're going to get something extra, like an achievement or vanity or whatever else like that. And it's a reward to try and encourage players to let you know that there's something wrong. Because at the end of the day, you may not be aware of everything that's going on in your infrastructure. Right, so you've got scope, design, hosting, all that kind of stuff is sorted. The last thing is, these are kind of like the meta bits in there. This is like planning, logistics, that kind of shit. So in the DEFCON documentary, Jeff Moss basically says, when we're not at DEFCON, we're talking about DEFCON. The entire year, we're planning for DEFCON. That's the kind of thing that you want with your CTO. You want to try and get as much time as possible. Because at the end of the day, things are going to break. Right? You're going to get curveballs and that kind of stuff. I don't know if you guys saw, there was a great Twitter thread with the Snappy CTO. And they basically said, right, we're not trying to make any excuses or anything else like that, but here's what's happened. And they basically had this cascading, a bunch of different events that completely came out of the blue. Like we had like unusual weather, hurricanes, that kind of stuff, that messed up some of the shipments. They were all going to meet together and just like do a little celebratory party and that kind of stuff. That didn't happen because of another thing. Basically, all this different stuff that could cause delays and thus cause more stress. So try and figure out what you need to do and give yourself like double, maybe even triple the time. Yeah. And then use some of the extra tools that you got there. So things like, it sounds boring, but kind of use the same stuff that you got in work. Status meetings, online calendars, for all of that kind of shit. Also, figure out your timing. So if you're doing like a global event, try and figure out what is the best time zone, or sorry, the different times and how it affects the different time zones that are there. Look at making sure that you don't clash with other competitions. If you're taking part in another competition, you're kind of stuck with them. But also, figure out, is it going to be on a weekday or a weekend? People might be in work, or you may not have enough time or energy to deal with this kind of stuff. Figure out how long you want it to be on this. Again, you're kind of looking at your scope and trying to figure out what else that you need to include. And again, mental health. Like figure out your breaks for both the team members and also your players. Right? People are gonna have like total tunnel vision with this kind of stuff. You want to force them to eat. So this is the other thing you can do is try and look at advertising for your event. Advertising is very important. Marketing is like this is how you get people to know your stuff is there. I'm kind of burning through stuff very quickly, but look at stuff like services like CTF is a great way to try and get your name out there. Social media posters, etc. Look at local communities that try and like echo what you're talking about, rebroadcast your stuff. This is a poster that we did for a scavenger hunt that I was hosting at EMF Camp. So EMF Camp is basically just like this hacker camp that's over in the UK. And the important thing is we try to get people to see it first of all, because it's white and black and it's kind of like warning points. But more importantly, we have these tickets on the bottom. So there's this MIT study that showed loyalty cards. They had two different versions. It's just a simple A/B test. And they said, right, which is more effective? Loyalty cards, which have 8 stamps, but they're all empty, versus 8 stamps. Versus 6 stamps. No, sorry, say that again. 8 stamps, but 2 of them are filled in, so you still have 6 free, versus 6 stamps, which are completely empty. So again, they're both practically the same, but one of them has 2 filled in already. What they found was if people thought they had 2 extra stamps straight off the bat, like with these tickets, that means they've already got points, right? They're already in the game. They didn't have to do anything. That's a great way to try to put people and basically get them to go, oh, okay, well, I got the points. Let's take a look and see what this is going on. Yeah, but also watch out for rain. So again, this is the camping thing. When we put it up, it was great until it just kind of like the poster just disintegrated. It's outside, what do you expect? But maybe if you can try and predict that, laminate it, do some things to try and protect it, it looks a little bit better. And also tie it up yourself. So again, listen through this. Communications, figure out how you try and get the word out to your players and how you can hype them up. So use Discord, put out your announcements, but make it regular, like little and often. Talk about, oh cool, we've got these challenges, we've got the CFP, we got 1 week left to go, that kind of stuff. The idea is that, especially when you've got things like feed-based social media and that kind of stuff, people are aware. Even if it's small stuff, it just comes up into their zeitgeist. And then utilize the different platforms that you've got. I mean, I'm not sure how many people still use IRC, but it's there, right? If you've got a community that still use it, leverage it. Unfortunately, I had a story to go with this, but so branding, again, this kind of goes back into that kind of like design system that you've done already. Figure out your name, your domain, your logo. It's kind of like early 90s. If someone took your domain, then you're kind of fucked. So figure out something else that goes with it. But more importantly, if you want to make like a repeating event or something else like that, carve out a name for yourself in the space. Build up a following and link yourself with all these different communities so that you are, oh hey, you were on a scavenger hunt at this thing. That was really cool. Are you going to do it again? Also, whenever you do branding, support your local artists. No AI shit. Try and so tickets are an interesting one. Again, once you have an idea of how your scope and all that kind of stuff is going to be, you can then try and figure out cost per head, right? So using the different platforms that are there, like Eventbrite or Tito, this gives you an idea as to how much tickets you actually need to sell before you actually make a profit or anything else like that, specifically covering your costs. So if it's something that's pretty cheap, you can go, oh, okay, well, we can afford to make the tickets £5 a head, and this means that we can include like students or professionals or whatever else like that, because it's easy and cheap for us to bring people in. However, if you want to make it really expensive and go, okay, well, maybe that's part of the charm, you're targeting people who are like professionals or work events, people who can expense it, more importantly, afford it. But in doing so, you kind of exclude people who may not always be able to attend your events as a result. And then likewise, put in their donations here. Sometimes people will be like super philanthropic and just go, yeah, here's a bunch of money. I'm going to really go through these. Sponsorship is just talk with individual folks that are in the scene, like Try Happening or whoever else like that. Someone who's relevant and can potentially give you some money. You don't have to give them a cold call, but just try and network the different communities that you're in. Like maybe meetups, B-sides, DEFCON, that kind of stuff. People who are there already, and you can talk to them and say, hey, I want to host an event. But more importantly, here's what you get if you sponsor us, right? It's a transaction. You've got like, this is an example of Eventbrite where we've got these sponsorship tickets, and it basically says, cool, here's a ticket that you can buy as a sponsor. It tells you exactly what you get as a result. It's an easy transaction for them to do instead of like going back and forth with emails, and it's open, right? You can have as many as you want, and basically just figure out from there. And then other stuff that they can offer, like for example, they might be able to pay for leaflets, posters, infrastructure. They could offer you additional resources that you may not be able to do, or extra services that would be really cool, like an afterwork. And again, in sponsorship, just basically try and convince them with data. So what are the marketing costs? What's your backup options if you don't cover your budget? Look at the different tiers that you've got available, that kind of stuff. So you don't want to talk to the story, I'm afraid.
You got a couple extra minutes to eat it.
Oh, okay, cool. We can go over it. So briefly, a couple of years ago, I was trying to get in touch with different sponsors, and I have this habit where when I'm writing an email, I write it in the draft, and then I just put in my notes, right? So it's pretty straightforward. At the top, I'm like, okay, blah, blah, blah. Dear so-and-so, I'm writing to get in touch with this organization and stuff. But underneath, I'm like, cool, who is this? Why am I talking to them? What am I doing? All this kind of stuff. I put in an email that was just like, yeah, kids are great. That's great. We want to target kids and that kind of stuff. This is not something that you want to include in an email. So at this point, it's half written, and it's also really late at night. And cut and paste, throw it into an actual email, did a quick scheme over, and fire it off. Great. I sent it out to a specific 3-letter CTF style platform, I'll let you guess which one. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I get a response, an automated response that says, thank you. Your ticket has been logged, here's a number, whatever. Now, a week goes by, and I don't hear anything back. And I'm like, oh, that's a bit weird. I look at my drafts, and I realize, oh, fuck. I just sent them like this thing that said, hey, I'm creating a CTF. It'd be really nice if you guys could help us with the infrastructure, whatever else like that. Easy peasy email. Until like a couple of new lines down below, it was all my shitty notes that was just like, oh man, I really need to target this person because they're the ones who really know how to get this kind of stuff. But avoid this person. And I was just like, fuck. So yeah, don't do that. Send your emails when you're awake. Yeah, so again, sponsors are great for prizes as well because they can either offer you discounts for certain services, like say for example, Hackbox. They're great for students; they can give you clothes for like a year or whatever else like that. But then they can also offer you other stuff you might not be able to do. And then look at prizes that you can offer that may not be like a monetary value. So Badger is a great one because that's kind of like a vanity thing, or if you've got a Discord, say, I took part in CTF for 2024 or whatever else like that. Or even just like do a cash flow from the ticket sales. It's kind of up to you, but prizes are what draws the players, among other things. And then this is just kind of the pseudo boring stuff, the legal shit. So you got to make sure you've got things like a code of conduct. If you've got like a physical presence, a COVID policy, ideally, privacy policy. If you're in the EU or deal with EU players, GDPR, data retention, cookies, that kind of stuff. Right, 2 more. Right, so, in summary, very quick summary. Figure out your scope. Keep it lean. Understand what you need to do and keep going back to it. Try not to have any kind of scope creep. Good design is almost invisible. It's the kind of stuff where people don't even realize what they're doing until you point it out. But it's also bad design sticks out. It's kind of like Shigeru Miyamoto said, a bad game is bad forever, but a good game, if it's delayed, is still good. Or something along those lines. Careful with cloud. It's very powerful, but also very costly if you're not careful. And then logistics is just kind of like everything else, especially if you're trying to coordinate people. Depending on how many folks you've got there, maybe look at an event or a volunteer coordinator. And then this is some extra reading material. This is some of the extra notes that basically came out of this. Again, play Power with Quality. They got some great stuff that's out there. Hosting CTF. This one, unfortunately, is on Reg Archive. It's the original blog is offline. But it's a great one to talk about, like, some of these same points that are there. And then that's me. And there's my social. If you got any questions, yeah, let's talk afterwards.
We've got a couple minutes for Q&A if anybody has questions right now.
Or in the chat on the stream.
There's nothing in the chat. I'm looking. Yeah, we're in the chat though.
I'm saying they can ask questions
So
too.
I'm the president of my university's cyber defense club.
Yeah.
I don't know how to create a CTF that is both fun and engaging and also informative and educational. Is there a resource where I can go to look at examples for things like that and what topics I should try to cover?
Yeah. So I guess start with your objective. If this is meant to be, hey, we want to try and teach someone about phishing or something else like that. The boring stuff is you can kind of look at what other, see what Microsoft's doing. They're basically going, okay, we've got documentation that says this is what phishing is about. It's a little bit dry, but it's not. It's there. It's a resource that kind of gives you a foundation. There's other for teaching people. Try-hacking is a great one because, again, it has that kind of breadcrumb staircase method where it very gradually introduces concepts like that stuff. But you also don't necessarily have to look at CTS. Again, take a topic and then try and build around it. But, UI, UX, that kind of stuff is all about trying to make something intuitive and teach someone how to use this kind of stuff. My boyfriend's mentioned this, and he's going to suggest that there's a good book that I know about, but I'm drawing a blank. But basically, look at other CTFs if you're trying to see what they did. But then you don't have to, focus on the InfoSec stuff. There's lots of other resources that don't come to mind right now. But yeah, you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
It kind of depends what you're trying to do. And also, you can include like the CTF style, the gamified story, but also look at the story aspect. It's like social engineering, right? If you've got a very basic story about what you're doing, why you're doing it, that kind of stuff, it's a lot easier to convince someone that you're legit.
Yeah.
So same idea when you're trying to teach something. Cool. Any other questions?
Let's see if there's anything on the live stream. Just a comment, somebody calling you handsome, but cool. Thank you very much. Let's get one more round of applause for Silverfish. No problem. In just a minute, we're going to set up the next speaker. For Protogens are doing it wrong, how to fabricate hard things better. Woo-woo. If you want to fade to intermission real quick, if anybody wants to grab a drink, go ahead. If you're going to be staying for the next All right. We are leading into our final talk of the day. Let me introduce our last speaker, Nam, and his presentation. What was it? Protogens are doing things the hard way, fabricating hard things better.
Fabricating hard things better. A woo. Yeah.
Did
I add a woo?
You added a woo.
Did I add a woo?
You did add a woo.
Was I? Okay. Well,
You probably were, yeah.
That's probably for the
I mean,
they do it better. All right. Is HDMI out?
let me switch you to the correct HDMI. Sure, my fault. Probably switched you to the HDMI cable. There we go. All right, take it away now. No, there we go.
Hello, I am an engineer. As soon as I can figure out how slideshows work, we're good to go. Seems right. Right for me. No, it's neither of those. What? It's not Apple. Oh, start slideshow. Good enough. Is this going to auto pause? Good. Okay, so I prototype and build things for a living. But part of that is I get to build my own things for a living. I'm unfortunately not locked down to NDA outside of my industry. So I get to enjoy building my own little toys and things. So everything you have in front of you was built in under 2 months concept to finish. PCBs, full boards, 3D printed enclosures, everything here was built in under 2 months start to finish. And is out of order? We're out of order. Let's have fun with that. Cool. Thanks. We're just gonna start with what's supposed to be the first slide, and you guys get to see things all the way through. So this is my head. It's not. Go ahead. So part of this talk, a lot of it is talking about how to get over obstacles when you're R&Ding and building things. A lot of people get stuck on something and they'll be like, "This is how I'm going to do it. This is how I'm going to do it. This is how I'm going to do it." And it's very hard to decide when something will not work. It's very hard for someone to be like, "I've come up with this brilliant plan. This is going to work. I have a new ingenious solution for this one thing I'm very proud of," and then let that pride stick them to the solution they've made. When you have to realize. They're not all going to be gold. 99% of everything I do isn't gold. Just the good stuff that when I get done. The key is doing it over and over and over again and fucking up as many times as possible, and eventually you'll make yourself a little gold. But it's like mining. You just mine through a lot of shit, and eventually you'll get gold. This is a good example of it right here. So when I first scanned my head, my thought was, all right, well, meshes that get imported into Fusion do not have a reference for size. So I have to bake that into the scan. So what I thought was I would just I printed out some 2 centimeter cubes and stuck them all over my balaclava, and then took a scan of my head. Well, it turns out like I'm not paying $10,000 for a scanner. So my little reality unit is it's not accurate at all. But it turns out the more accurate reference point is actually the edge of my glasses, because it's the largest reference that you can find that's a fixed position. So between this point and this point, I used it and scaled everything in Fusion, that mesh of my head down to exactly that size. So then I knew the 3D model in Fusion of my head was exactly the reference from the scan. Because when you take a scan, it's not the same size as your head. That file that it outputs is not given a size scale. It could be 2 centimeters, it could be 1,000 centimeters. Fusion has no idea. So you have to put that reference in. But this I thought was a great idea. Not a great idea. Made me look a little stupid, but I quite like it. I think it's just dumb enough. But in the end of the day, I just ended up using the size of the glasses. From that point, I was able to go, all right, I'm going to build a head. TFF was 2 months away. And I went, cool, we're going to get this built. So we started with a outline model. There we go. And I took a bear skull, and I went, oh, I know roughly what I'm building. It's going to be a bear skull, and there's going to be a visor, and there's some other things we got to figure out. So I went, let's make an outline that the bear skull sort of fits within, that I think looks like a bear. So I was like, all right, this looks roughly like a bear. This is a good bear outline. This is what the outline of a bear looks like. It's roughly bear-esque. It's bear. And then you have to turn it into a 3D model. Now, this software that you screenshot is in is plasticity. This is another one of those examples of there's a failure that didn't work. I tried to use plasticity to go through all this. It does not do organic shapes as well as Fusion does. Fusion forms is really just kind of magic when it comes to weird organic geometries. And unfortunately, plasticity isn't there yet for organic geometries that are formed by eye, not by calculation. And by that, I mean these are all parametric CAD modeling softwares. None of these is sculpting. Obviously, in Blender, you can sculpt a really cool-looking bear head. But the problem with that is once I sculpt that, and if you look on this head, here's a good example. Let's say that you sculpt yourself a beautiful-looking visor, because this has to be vacuum formed, which means I need to make something that it can vacuum form onto. So I have to shape that. Well, once I'm done, how thick is this plastic going to be around the edges? And how do I make sure that that mates to the 3D printed helmet correctly? And if it's just a random sculpt in Blender, those measurements aren't absolute. The vacuum form mold is going to be slightly, even by a couple millimeters, different than the 3D print, different from the model that I have from Blender. You need to use parametric CAD modeling software to make sure that everything is within, like, well, it's perfect. Everything fits perfectly within your modeling. So, there's some extra steps that you have to go along with, specifically for like a hard model process. Oh, by the way, this all started because I hate fur. Like, I don't hate it, but I hate working with it. Mm-hmm. I'm terrible at sewing. One day, I'll overcome that fear. But until then, so, what we did with that, or I did with this, is I went, hey, let's do the hard head on the model. Everything has to be parametric. Everything has to be set. I do hardware for a living, so there was a bunch of things running through my head. I need fans, I need a vent for the fans to come out, I need some places for it all to kind of sit. The fans have to be modeled internally correctly and all that. And then I also went, cool, why do I need parametrics? Why can't I use Blender? Because in Blender you can sculpt something that's done within a day. Not only is the thing I mentioned with the parametrics having to be simple, but then we have multiple manufacturing processes here. If this was 3D printing, you can just use that model out of Blender. But because there is there's a modification that has to happen here, the thickness of this visor. And part of the talk of this talk is like why protogens are kind of shit. And frankly, it's because of their visors. I work in manufacturing, and a lot. How many protogens are there? Before I keep talking. Good, we can just go all out on it. All right, so the real shit. A lot of the visors are though, because people who need to manufacture protogen visors can only work with so many plastics, and the forms that they use to make those plastics, they can't really use too many complicated shapes. They have homemade vacuum chambers for the vacuum forming, where the plastic melts down and then goes on top of it. And then the PETGs and the clear plastics that they use for those visors are generally, they're really hard to work with if they're thicker. But also, it's really, really hard to make a shape like this guy. Let's see next frame. There we go. That can actually have draft angles across the entire thing, so that you can pull it off of a buck once you vacuum form it on. Because what you've just done is you've taken a shape, you've taken this clear plastic, you've melted it, drooped it over, and vacuum formed and sealed it to this shape. Now, how are you going to get it out? Because, like, you have the shape of the helmet, but what if towards the edges of the helmet it goes back towards the visor? Well, now the plastic's wrapped around it, and you've just sealed the thing you made within plastic, and you're not getting it out. So you have to start from the beginning and make your entire model able to be pulled off of the mold at the same time. What I use is baby powder soaked in alcohol. I dissolve baby powder in alcohol and put it in a spray bottle. It's a trick that I got from the car manufacturing guys. When they 3D scan something, if they need it to show up as more of a matte reference, they take baby powder and they solve it in alcohol, put it in a fine spray bottle, and it displays a super thin coating of even baby powder on the surface. A lot of guys doing vacuum forming, and this is a buck, by the way, if you're ever in vacuum forming or anything else, a buck is the thing you pull the plastic onto. They use baby powder and stuff as well, but they sprinkle it on. And on a visor like this, that would leave a ton of internal dimples, a ton of issues here. You need this to be as smooth as physically possible. There were some further problems, because also I wanted to do this quickly. Remember, this was done in 2 months. I don't have time to like sit there and sculpt from the model into a 3D print, and then take the 3D print and cast the 3D print in silicone, and then take the 3D print out, and then put a bunch of plaster in there to make a solid print, and then pull that out. I didn't have time to do all this R&D for the traditional process for vacuum form buck production. So my thought was, sweet, I'll just 3D print it in PETG and hope that the thermal mass doesn't melt my buck. That didn't work. Come on. Oh, we have some prototypes here. There's a Fox one, some other ones that ran out. And this is also part of the rapid prototyping. You don't need to build the full thing at once. You can build tiny versions. Just like if you're building a fursuit head and you're trying to shape your molds, make a bunch of tiny ones. Like, what does it cost you? Like, if you have a 3D printer, obviously. I'm not saying if you don't have a 3D printer, like, do something, but you can even like print these out, look at it on your phone, put it in real life in front of you, because you will think it's beautiful. Like, you can see how many versions I ran through here before I got to this point. Like, these is 3 different versions. This is closer to the final one. This ended up being too Fox-like. This one ended up not quite correct. But they all looked good in Fusion. I thought they all looked great, but I didn't trust myself, because I'm a human, mostly. And then I printed it out, and it doesn't look correct. This one looks just about right. What I ended up fixing was this divot. I didn't quite like the divot in there, because originally I was like, oh, it's kind of bearish, you know, the puff's coming off the side, but it didn't register through the vacuum forming correctly. There's 3 more renditions. We went with height, width, depth, the sharpness, the angle, and everything else. And then these each take about like 5 minutes to print out. These are printed in base mode. They just go, and then it comes right out. So you go, oh, it's all right. Try some modifications, print out the next one. And I went through about 10 renditions before I figured out which one looked just about right. This was done in about 2 days. The sculpting took about a week. The sculpting and 3D modeling took about a week. All of the prototyping took about 2 days for these. And so I was like, all right, we got a shape that I like. Let's start making bucks. My printer failed. My printer failed again. Hey, there we go. So let's take this buck and let's put it on the vacuum former. Oh no. So we were talking about the thermal load of the plastic. And that's the infill that it's sucked in around. So this is 1/8 inch PETG. I was talking about I wanted a thicker visor than pretty much all protogens end up using. This is 1/8 inch PETG. Closer, that's actually, I think it's the measurement between 1/8 and 1/4. Regardless, it is super thick plastic. And that is a lot of thermal mass to be melting and then putting over a 3D print. So the next thought was, well, okay, well, I've ruined this one. Let's go back to the drawing board. My plans are in shambles. But then I went, the plastic itself is just melting. It's not actually turning molten. It's not like flowing. It's only getting bendy and warbly in there. There's a lot of vacuum pressure behind a vacuum forming system. I have a video, no, I don't have a video of that one being used. But the vacuum forming system is like, you have a sheet of plastic held in a system up here, and you press a button and you throw the thing on down onto the buck, and then you flip a switch, and that frame vacuums down and pulls the plastic in. Well, you can see it here. Here's the frame that the air flows through. Here's the buck underneath the plastic, and it melted into the buck. I have this mounted on my wall. I kind of want to get some deer antlers for it. Not real ones. I'm going to print some for it. But it just pulled it right in, and the heat that was already in the PETG pulled it into the thing and ruined the print. And that's the infill for the print. So what I ended up doing was, because this plastic isn't getting molten, it's not flowing, it's only staying in place and getting melted, you can reinforce it from the back end. And this is a video of us doing that. So you can kind of see it there. Inside the 3D print, what I ended up doing is I took the 3D print, I processed it out, and inside there is plaster of Paris on the outside to create like a solid substrate that's nice and smooth that I can kind of sand. We're talking adding millimeters of material, if not a single millimeter of material. Just enough to kind of make it all look smoother and nice on the outside. And also plaster of Paris is just powdery enough that it kind of adds a little bit extra lubrication on top of the baby powder, make sure nothing sticks. But inside is a plaster of Paris mixed with wood chips lining the inside, and the rest of it is expanding foam to add extra reinforcement. So what we've done is we've taken a 3D print that is our reference surface that we know from the CAD software is perfectly in line with the rest of this helmet. And then we've gone, okay, cool. We need to reinforce that, but we've kept our reference surface, plus or minus 1 millimeter from that plaster of Paris on the outside. And then we filled it with reinforcing plaster of Paris. And then we filled it underneath that with a really hard fireproof foam. So now we have ourselves a buck that is strong and usable for like 4 or 5 pulls. It broke down after like 3 pulls, which is fine. We only needed 1 helmet. So we got 3 or 4 pulls out of it before it kind of degraded. But also, this is super fast prototyping. The print took about, because it's empty and hollow and there's no internal supports, the print took about like 15 hours to complete. And then after that, you put it together and then you do the plaster repairs. Plaster repair sets in like 2 to 3 hours. And then you fill it with expanding foam, and the expanding foam takes another 6 hours. Within 24 hours, you have a usable buck to like sit there and actually do your prototyping and vacuum forming out. Especially if you're doing helmets, protogen, custom protogen shapes, that kind of thing. So, and I'm hoping that protogens pick this up, because I do want to see protogens that you can punch in the face. Again, it'd be real fun. I'm joking. Do not punch a protogen in the face.
Without permission.
Without permission. If they're into So there's our bucks. They came out beautifully. You'll notice that they're not as pretty as this one. That's because no matter what you do, there's going to be a small amount of like ripple and bubble inside the PETG, unless you buy perfect PETG that has been completely dehydrated, or you have a month to buy cheap PETG and sit it in a dehydrated environment for several, probably weeks. Closer on 2 months. I didn't have that time, so I didn't do that. I just bought PETG from a warehouse that has open bay doors, and it went a little bubbly. So the solution to that is about like I would say, while it technically saved me time on the R&D process, it did not save my soul any. I had to spend about 10 to 12 hours polishing these things using flits, AB2 polish, and the C polish just to get it all buffed out. Took a lot of polishing with a drill and a buffer pad, just sitting there going, this is going great. I'm so happy I'm doing this. To get it clear enough that you can actually see out of. Now, we've built our visor. What's next? And then we've modeled our helmet. So, this is our sort of finished shape, right? We have all the hard points done. From the beginning, I knew what the hardest points to produce were. The hardest point to produce that I can't model in CAD. So it's like, you can't just crack down 5 or 6 Red Bulls, like, do whatever hard drugs you're into, and just like model this. You have to know what manufacturing steps are coming in. So if you look at something like this and you go, all right, well, what can I control? Well, parametrically, in the CAD software, I can control the helmet, I can control the skull, or I can have something else control the skull. It's rough shape. It doesn't have to be perfect, as you can see it. Like, the skull has a little bit of wiggle and stuff in there, but it's pretty close. I'll see how that happens in a bit. And then you go, all right, so this is the final shape. The only thing you can't control is the thickness of this visor, because you do not know how thin the vacuum forming process is going to pull the plastic. So what you do, that's why I made sure to do the visor first. The visor was done before I modeled the rest of the helmet. So now, after I have the visor finished, I can measure the thickness around all of its edges, input that into CAD, take the visor model that I had. You can see these 2 double lines. It's not going to show up on stream, sorry guys. But there's these 2 double lines, maybe here. That's the exact thickness of all the points on this visor after it was done being pulled. Sit there with calipers and just measured around the edges to see how thick it was. Inputted those measurements roughly into CAD, plus or minus, a couple thou, and then did a subtraction within the helmet so that this fits perfectly and slots into the helmet and glues it. That's how you get this shape. The helmet itself is modeled exactly to this visor. So now that I have the real world here, the only thing I can't control is the real world. I can model the rest of the helmet. So we model the rest of the helmet, and then we go, all right, there's some key feature sets we need. I'm going to be walking around a convention center. How do I keep the visor from A, fogging up, and B, from getting really hot? Like, I would die if this thing didn't have vents. Well, it needs blower fans. So inside, is it next frame? There's some prototyping for fitment. This is another one. So after that, after everything, I was like, all right, I know that this is going to look good. Let's print our first prototype. And I didn't print the back of the helmet. I cut the helmet in half because I only cared at this stage about fitment for the first half of the helmet. And I didn't need to spend all that extra time printing the rest of the plastic. There we go. And we have good fitment. Everything fits well. It all slides together correctly. Awesome. Now, from this point, we knew we had some feature sets that we needed to model into the helmet itself. The first feature set that we need to model is the skull. So, this is actually, I'm quite proud of this one. Like I said, I made a lot of dumb decisions trying to get to this point, but there's one thing I'm very proud of doing, and that I needed alone time after figuring it out. I was like, this is yes. So, does anyone have an idea of how you would take a bear skull from the beginning, this model, and fit it perfectly to the inside of the head? Guesses. My solution was
crammed
that,
it
should
in
I
there.
say. Not quite.
I'm teasing.
Sort of. You're not half off.
Screws? Something like that? I don't know.
No, you gotta remodel it. This is a bear skull, and obviously this shape, if you look at it, is no longer the same bear skull. It's very much shaped exactly to this visor. So what I did is I just took this bear skull, and because it doesn't have to be perfect, it only has to fit within the visor. It can be off a little bit by a couple millimeters in any direction. It doesn't matter. It just kind of needs to sit in a visor like that.
Oh.
That's fine. Fine. It just has to sit in the visor like that. So what I did is I took the visor and I exported it to Blender. And I took the skull. It was already an STL, so it was already STL. So I put that in Blender. And then I just turned on Jellybone physics on the skull and dropped it into the visor. Paused the simulation, exported that XTL, and scaled it up within the Fusion. Nice. And there we go. And then I also, when I was done doing the Jellybone physics, put it into Blender and opened the eyes up so that you can actually see out of the damn thing. And that's how I got the skull to do that. I just drunk, freeze. All right, mine. Worked great. I'm super proud of that one. And I got that idea from VTubers, VTube modelers. When they do clothes, what they do is they take the T-pose of the model, and they'll take flat cloth, and they'll kind of roughly cut out the neck holes and everything else on it, and they'll put it on the model, and then they'll just do a Jellybone simulation and freeze it, and then apply that to the VTuber model. And that's how they have like solid yet semi-flowing clothes. All right, so we have our model here. On over, blah, blah, blah. Skull fits now. Now let's look at the rest of it. We have a heating system that we have to get fitted. Am I down here? Mother rubber. Yeah, we're down here. All right. So we'll talk the rest of it. We have the ears and the rest of the fitment to do. So inside of here, there are blower fans. There we go. Modeled into the helmet. I took the directionality of the blower fans down to exactly the 1,000th that they were. And this is part of why CAD is so good. And you wanted this perfect, is I knew how big the blower fans were.
And you're using Blender to do all your...
No, this is all Fusion.
Just all Fusion, okay.
This is Fusion 360, it's CAD software.
Okay. Yeah, AutoCAD.
Yeah, AutoCAD. And then I just took the model and cut out a square and then cut a channel going towards the visor so that both of these blower fans are constantly blowing into the visor and outputting and keeping the fogging up from happening over here. Now, part of why CAD is so good is because after everything is perfectly modeled, I can just, these are clicked in place. Like, that's it. There's no screws or anything for these blower fans. They're just perfectly modeled and they click into place into their spots. And you also have a channel extruded exactly to the same height as the visor so that it's perfectly blowing the air into your visor.
What's your fitment on that? Is it how many thou difference?
How many thou difference?
Yeah.
0 to my best ability. My thought was that the flex, even if it's off slightly, the flexure of the casing for the fan's made out of a glass fill nylon. Most fans are made out of glass fill nylon on the casing. And this PETG, between the flexure between those two, it just kind of clicks into place. Because you're talking about a thou of flexure across an entire body, and it really doesn't matter at that point. But the air needs to come out. You have hot air rises, so the ears are vents for the helmet. And then also, ears come out. Like, when you're messing around with stuff and you're in the fursuit, ears are going to get hit. But I've just made some semi-solid ears. So what do you do about that? Well, there's a filament called lightweight TPU. It's made by, what's their name? I think it's
3M.
No, it's a German company. I'll think of it here in a minute.
Is it the octopus guys?
No.
No. Okay.
No. It's a German company. And
Middle
if you want to buy it, Prusa sells it. because their shipping is better than the company that actually sells it, and they sell it for the same cost the company does. So I just buy it from Prusa. It's about $40 $40 to $50 for 750 grams. It's an engineering filament. That's kind of what the price is. But the good thing about it is, depending on the temperature you print it at, it will print up to 60 to 70% of its own infill in foam.
Wow.
So what you have is a rubber that can turn a super lightweight part out of printing. And because it expands like 750 grams, it's kind of equivalent to 150 if you print at max temperatures. I mean, to a kilogram and a half equivalent volume for filament if you're kind of running through it. But also, it's like super tough. So like I could just take this and like rough the crap out of it and like bend it and flex it, and it's good to go. So if people, well, don't be too rough with it. Because I accidentally cracked the other one trying to turn it inside out on the demo earlier.
I wanted to squeeze up.
Have you tried it under different temperatures?
Yeah. Because it starts really stiff and then goes really soft. I'm not really foamy. So it's a lightweight foam. It's anything. But the best part of them is remember we're in CAD, right? This is all being done in CAD. So there's something for the ears. Actually, that might be the best way to. Zoom. Please
Zoom.
Why are you no zoom? Zoom?
Control plus.
Wait. No, that's all. You grab pictures afterward. Go grab me afterward. Control plus.
I haven't seen you in your full attire like this yet.
No, that was last minute. Everything this was built. This is a suit that I picked up.
That's so cool, man.
This is a suit that I picked up from Goodwill. Someone had died in my size. It was delightful. It was kind of perfect. It was a little tight, but like it was a Goodwill suit. We're good to go.
Guess we found the seagull we buried him.
Yeah, no kidding. I should burp. That's like a very good point. I'm never gonna wear the suit again because it was all kind of thrown together last minute. But the ears are actually built into the parametric because I modeled them in Fusion. So once you make a body in Fusion like these ears, I can model the ear, place it within the other model, and do what's called a Boolean subtraction. And so the ears, the way I designed and inserted them in, you'll see these cuts are the exact same as the contours of the ear. So what you do is these ears are actually, they can come out on accident. If someone bumps into them, they'll come flying out. And in fact, the way I designed it is the way I designed these ears is the way
not lying, it is fur.
Yeah, but it's light. Mm-hmm. And the way that it goes in is you take the ear and you pop it in and just slap it forward and it seats itself.
Wow.
And but because of that feature, here, let's seat the other one. There we go. Because of that feature, if they get hit from the front, which is the direction they're going to get smacked, they fall into the ear slightly. So if it's a light tap, like this, they just go into the head slightly and tap around. Like you don't want it doing that because it's hitting other components inside, but you already have your ear getting hit. Like, do you want to snap something off? Do you want to lose something? No. And you'll know because like if you're in suit, like suddenly you can hear much better, or you're not hearing things in front of you. That's a secondary side effect. I didn't know what was going to happen, but it's quite nice. Is that these actually kind of act as acoustic couplers and they kind of direct all the noise in front of me to me. So if I'm looking at someone and they're talking at me, I can actually hear them quite well. Like actual ears. Yeah, like actual ears. Turns out that's what they're for. All right, rest of the helmet. Everything else in here is bodged together. I'll show anyway. There's duct tape. It's holding a Teensy 4.1 and a bunch of wiring in there. There's 2 extra feature sets. Everything is just NeoPixels wired together in a strand and then taped on the inside. And then there is a microphone. The microphone is a Shure standard stage mic. Not stage mic. It's a crowd directing mic. The kind of people like sitting at like a Disneyland or something like this. They have it strapped to the back. They have a thing on there and they go, hey, everyone, blah, 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 and they have a little speaker on that side. Same thing. So the way the controller and directionality works is that there's 2 buttons here. One controls the LEDs, and it just cycles through them. Let's plug everything in. This is serial. RS. This is just a simple RS connector, but I'm using it as a bus. The voltage for the power, the buttons, everything else goes between the head and here. The buttons are wired in on this end, so one of these is 2 button, one of these is back from button. There's 4 lanes that are taken by that. There's another 4 lanes that are taken by power, 2 for ground, 2 for DC. The wires are a little thin. I wanted them bonded so it's a little stronger. And there's a cap on each end to make sure that your voltage spikes aren't too high, or nothing's getting too angry, your amperage spikes aren't too high, and it's not getting too angry. So it absorbs a little bit of that backlash from the fact that there's 4 sets of bonded wires acting as a single bus. Then we have the NeoPixel. The NeoPixel controls and everything is up here. There was too many lanes and everything to really put on a bus format. And there's like 5 of these I'm not using. That's why the teensies in the head. But teensies are light. NeoPixels are light. Batteries are not light. Giant switches and everything aren't light. Like all the rest of these components are not light. That's why they're in the swatch. Inside of this, there is, there is 2 large drone lipos and a buck converter. And that's it. Like, the buck converter is tied to all the components, and then there's the bus. But this is a breakout board. Gotta see it. Here we go. There's a breakout connector for that serial. It's just screw posts. So everything can be repaired in the middle in media res. That's extreme. All I need is a screwdriver to re-terminate any connectors. And if this is broken, this is only just clamp. What you do is if like this wears through right here, which it's starting to do, you can just snip the wire, unclamp it, put it back together, and crimp it down again, and this connector will work.
Insulation displacement.
What?
IDC connector.
Yeah, no, these are just these are serial connectors. Like they're not called IDC connectors. They're called what is it? No, is it IDC 16? Are they IDC?
I thought the IDC was insulation displacement.
No.
Clamp it, do it.
Yes, it is IDC how it connects in.
Okay.
But the connector themselves are just like little lab serial connectors. I forget the name of them. Someone in chat will correct me. I'm sure. It's fine. You'll see these anywhere. You can buy this by like 15-foot spools of wire, like, and it's usually about that thick, and it costs like $9.
Do you use any strain relief?
Any strain relief for this?
Yeah.
The strain relief is like if it gets yanked, it comes off. It's
Just don't screw it.
Just break away. Yeah, it just breaks away. So, because my thought was, the way I like to deal with things is I'll know when my fans turn off. If someone comes by and yanks the cable, I'm going to know very quickly that I no longer have cooling in this helmet. The fans themselves do have an off button because of how loud they are, and I'm a very big fan of clicky switches. It has to be a nice clicky switch. It's very important that it does this. And there's a pot in here for speed control for the fan. Although it's always set to max. Because I'm in Vegas right now, so that's not going to be happening further. Again, all this was done in 2 months. So every step of the way, you'll see that there's things that I thought would be cool. The suit, not cool. Like, we're working on this. There's a next generation of the suit that's not going to look anything like this. I tend to make things quickly, drop them aside, and work on the next thing. Also, the STLs and everything are getting released for this. The CAD models aren't, because I'm not going to support them. But the STLs for the helmet are all coming out after DEFCON. So then we're going to talk about some extra rapid prototyping. So the suit, the helmet, everything here. Do we have any questions on this? Before I move on to the next thing.
What is the part with the batteries in it? How is that fabricated? Is that 3D printed or
Yes.
laser
Oh,
cut,
okay.
or
So this is a good one. So this is also part of like rapid prototyping. Is it turns out Fusion, the way that you do things, if you've ever used it, is it has an operation called SketchUp, which lets you pick a reference surface anywhere on anything you're doing, draw on it, and then extrude from that sketch, and treat it as if like you have an outline sitting there. So what I did is I kind of did like rough component size. So I knew that inside of it I wanted to put a like. I know I wanted to have a tape recorder and player in it, so I could record some of my music onto it and have it sound real shitty. Like real shitty. It's good. Like,
yeah.
Is this? Yeah, this is Cosmo Sheldrake. That's supposed to be bass. 1 second. So yeah, I wanted that in there. I knew I needed the speakers, but I didn't just want a big circle. I wanted it to be somewhat protected because those Pike speakers, it's Pike. Those Pike speakers are real cheap, and their cones are super perforatable. So I needed a mesh to kind of keep it protected on the front. So that's in the model. All this was done is I took a flat plane and I sketch out a flat plane roughly around all the components. I say this component needs to take up a square roughly this big. This component needs to take up a square roughly this big. This component needs to take up a square roughly this big. And then I just put them all down next to each other in Fusion. I don't model, here's another point. people will think that they need to model like every little part. Only model what's interacting with the components. In this case, the only things interacting are, you need a square that is roughly the same size as this outport. You need a square, you need a circle right here that can take the pipes volume controls. You need if you need buttons, I got a little hack for you. It's 42 millimeters. Yeah, 42 millimeters by 42 millimeters is the square size for a cherry MX switch. And if you just draw a square that's 42 millimeters by 42 millimeters and just subtract that from whatever you're doing, and it's a flat surface, a cherry MX switch will click right in. And so you can just add cherry MXs perfectly modeled to just anything you want. It's just 42 millimeters by 42 millimeters. The data sheet is on the Cherry website. So these are just Cherry knockoff switches. And that's it. I guess I could probably put a cap on, but I knocked them off. So we're good to go. These are cheap. Everything here is cheap. This is a cheap connector. These are cheap cables. These are cheap switches. Because remember, we were doing this quickly, and quick does not mean I have time to wait for manufacturing lead times. Mauser's fast. Everyone else is fast. And for the next project, I did use Mauser and a bunch of stuff. But this was all like Amazon same day. Like, I had 2 months. And frankly, 90% of this work was done the week before TFF. This thing didn't exist 4 days before TFF. It existed 4 days when TFF started. So there was some kind of insanity in there. Like, even the case is just from one of my bags. This is from one of my smaller bags. It's just it's all modeled. So what you do is you take all your objects, you put them in Fusion. You don't model them perfectly. You model them as simple squares. If it's a square object, just put the square there. Height, width, length, nothing else. Click, click, click. And then you go, right, the box needs to be shaped like this. And then you draw a line around it to account for how thick the plastic is going to be, how strong you want the 3D print to be for the plastic, depending on how you're manufacturing it. If you're vacuum forming it, 1/8 of an inch is fine. If you're 3D printing it, you want it to be a little thicker. So you got to think about which direction the print is going. You can't print it in this direction because the layer lines would be like this. And the second it slaps against my side, those lipos swinging in the bottom is going to cause that layer line to depart and snap it in half. So you want to print it all flat so that your layer lines are doing this, and it would have to snap along its length, which isn't going to happen. The amount of forces that you're applying in there is not going to do that. So we have roughly between 0.5 centimeter to 1 centimeter of thickness on our plastics. It'll be a little sharp on the print, so there is chamfering that you add, and in Fusion that's just click edge add chamfer. There's nothing fancy there. You extrude the sketch, you add chamfering to the edges, you hit box to turn it into a box, and then on the other side, you just take the same sketch and you extrude it out a little to make a back panel that's just screwed in place. And you have yourself a box that fits all your components. You want to add some internal walls, which are part of the same sketch. You just drag a little extra square and then extrude that. And you have a sketch in there. Add some chamfers to everything to make it look pretty. 3D print yourself a logo and then Bondo it to the front there. Spray paint it all and scratch it up to make it look retro. This is rattle can. And by rattle can, I mean it's whatever was in the Home Depot aisle that I like the color of. And this is printed in black PETG. There was a design decision for that. I know roughly what it's going to look like damaged, so I printed it in black. Spray painted it white, and when I scratch it up, it makes the scratches that much more noticeable. Key for the scratching. If you want to make something look worn, and you need to run through a paint layer, take a soldering iron, get it really hot, and then just kind of at a 3D print. What you'll do is you'll fuse the paint away from the plastic, but you'll fuse it all in place. So you keep your paint, especially especially spray paint. Because it's plasticized, it'll melt along with the plastic, but you'll keep it from peeling up. You've kind of self-cauterized everything around the edges, and it'll keep it from becoming a problem later on with all the scratching. If you just take a print, spray paint it, and then scratch it, those are going to start peeling up on the edges, and it's all going to come apart a little. So what you do is you take a soldering iron, you get it real hot, and it will kind of self-cauterize the paint with the plastic and kind of keep it all in place. Your question. The mic is glued on the inside of the helmet, and yeah, I mean, it's just using Arduino for the NeoPixel controls. So let's turn it on. So we have a bus here, 2 large drone batteries, and a cheap buck converter. Buck converters turn a high voltage, in this case 7.4 volts, down to 5.5 volts, which is what the NeoPixels take, and the Teensy takes. It has an efficiency of about 95%. It doesn't really get that hot, and it's not that really big of an issue. You want to be careful on that voltages, though. If you don't know electrical engineering, study NeoPixel projects. NeoPixel projects and Arduino projects have a lot of comparisons. There's two types of microcontrollers, 5.5 volt and 3.3 volt. Don't get those confused. You will fry things. Picos are a good option. That's why I developed a Pico board this year. It's an RP2040. Let's move on to that. We're entering this on. Of course, it doesn't work now. That was kind of a put in. There we go. Did I yank on something? I probably yanked on something. Yeah. There we are. Alright, so let's reset the Teensy. Get back in. Oh, we got time. There we are. Alright, so right now we should be on. Is it stuck or is it in a breathing animation? There we go. We're in a rainbow breathing animation. Let's power it off, power it back on. There we go. So first state is red, second state is yellow. And that's just how Pico's really update. It's first in serial line. I have a slight delay on it, but Picos are nice because as far as LEDs go, you output to a single serial line, and the first Pico strips the first command and order out, and then hands the rest of the list onward. So you can have as many Picos as you want on the same bus. You don't have to have like individual serial levels. You don't have to have an LED controller. You don't have to have anything else like they have to have on the badges for this year. It's more complicated to do that. That's the better way to do things. But I didn't have that time. I had 2 months. So these are Picos in a giant string. I mean, these are NeoPixels in a giant string moving around. And the microphone is attached to this, as you can hear. That's my continuity check. It ended up being quite nice. The fact that I could plug everything in, and if I hear this, I know this line is correct. Because all it is the circuit being completed between the tile, the microphone, and back to the tile. So if it does this, we're good to go. Any other questions on specific things that we're going on here?
How do you handle charging the batteries? Do you have a separate port?
That is
or do you have
a
to
very good question. I unscrew it all apart and then take out all of those. There's two 5200 mil. No, this one's the 6200. There's two 6200 milliamp hour, 7.4 volt big ass drone like those in there. 2 of them. And the reason is because I didn't want to deal at a convention with going upstairs and downstairs every time things died. I wanted to make sure that at full chooch, everything in here would function the entire day. And boy does it. It functions for 2 or 3 days. I put way too much battery in here. But it's never not going to work. So I'm a big person. I can carry around a lot of heavy things, so it's fine. Next, before I move on to the next thing. Do we have any questions in chat? Do we have any questions in chat? Do we have any questions in chat? We'll wait till the next. All right. So the next thing is we got ourselves a little hardware badge here that I am teaching some NFC stuff with. So this is the badge I've been running around with. Some people might recognize it slightly. But wait, well, this needs to be professional. This is not NFC. Make the stream safe. All right. So this badge is much safer now. This is good to go. This badge was a lot of fun. I built this. I started the idea of this 2 months before DEFCON because I started building an RP2040 board, and I was like, I built this board. I got to do something with it. So I did something with it. And I built these badges. There's a hydroponics badge and some other ones. So let's go on to our. There's one side of the board. We got the other. There's the other side of the board. So this is an RP2040 board. These little chips, about this big. It's 40 millimeters by 40 millimeters. There's a version that is 20 millimeters by 20 millimeters. It's 8 layers and much smaller. I wanted. The problem is that Picos are kind of big and long, and you can't really make a wearable with them. I wanted to be able to make a wearable with a Pico. So I want to make something much smaller. And badges are a good outsize of that because the fans in Arduino will allow you to quickly know if your system is working because you use a lot of PIO really quickly, really simply. You use Picos, you use LEDs, you use SPI for like a little display down here. There's some other SPIs taking in commands from this and doing some interpretation based on what cards are represented to it, and then lighting up the LED depending on what comes back out. Also, buttons. I like buttons. Buttons are good. Buttons are good until it doesn't work. There we go. This is made in the same way. You model the 6. I added little dimples to make it look like it was riveted. In the back of each part, there is some pegs, and then all I do in Fusion is I model these. I make a box. I extrude a box. Box is a box. And then once I'm done extruding it, I take the box and I take this component that I made, which is by taking the font that I wanted, putting it into, this one's a little complicated, and there's probably a way to do it in Fusion, I just didn't know how, so I used whatever tools were available. I'll always use whatever tools are available. Put it into Photoshop, converted that into a 3D object, took that out of Photoshop, put it into Fusion, and then turned it into a 3D, and then extruded it into a 3D shape, and then added the divots, and then on the back side, extruded 3 pegs. Now, I wanted this to be reversible in case I had a particular party or something. So what I did is I put the object orientation upright onto the model, and then did a Boolean extraction of the pegs. And I flipped it upside down, and did a Boolean extraction of the pegs. And now you have 6 holes in an alignment that lets you move everything around, flip it back and forth. Some other fun things that got developed. Oops. That's the beer. That's my head again. Let's grab. Is Fusion going to start up? No. No, it's not.
Classic.
Classic Fusion. Alright, so we have. Yeah, it's not going to come up. Unfortunate. Oh, yeah, here's the pullout from the book. I mean, that's really it. A lot of the work for these chips was most of the time. PCB way, JLC PCB. PCB way, while giving you more complicated components, takes longer. JLC PCB is much faster on their turnaround. You will have to deal with occasionally getting screwed over. But they're so cheap that we're talking like $50 to order 50 to 100 PCBs. Like these guys, these little thin green ones, came to me in under 5 days. I was able to turn these around, figure out what I had messed up. Actually, let's go through that. Let's see if this is the screenshot from the fucked up one. Do I have a screenshot from the ones I fucked up?
JLC PCB is so cheap that the shipping is usually more than the boards.
Oh, good, good, good. I did include it. So there is a fuck up on this board specifically. It is right here. The RP2040 requires that certain lanes are bonded via link capacitors. I mean, via link caps to the ground plane. And if this is too complicated, don't worry about it. We're not going to go over electrical engineering here. It's just the people that know. I'm sorry. Like this. This is a ground plane bleed. So what you have here is you have a bus that's full lane here, and it goes. This is a 3.3 volt bus, and then it goes over here to an outside cap that goes to the 3.3 volt bus inside the component. In this case, the RP2040. And you have a bunch of these. You have one here. You have one here. You have one there and there. The problem is that I did not connect those buses to the 3.3 volt central bus. There's a missing one here, and there's a missing one directly on the other side here. So those first chips that came in had to be lodged with like a tiny little piece of ring wire. But this all takes 5 days. Again, get your prototyping as fast as possible. Only develop what you need to, and only test what you need to. If you're doing things quickly, make hell sure that you are not trying to assemble your entire fursuit at once, or your entire addition at once, or everything that you're trying to build. Even if you're making something small, make every component individually as quickly as possible. do not worry if it's going to look good in the end. Because in the end, if you're doing it as quickly as possible, guess what? Your process is already set so that you can make that final one as quickly as possible. You really want to tune everything down to be as streamlined as possible with these production methods. Now, if you're going to make something very complicated that's safety critical, do not listen to anything I have said today. Absolutely nothing. This suit could just catch fire and kill me one day. It probably will, which is why I won't be using it for a long time. But if you need to make yourself a fursuit, if you're a fur just kind of making stuff together or you need to get stuff produced, it's a good way to go. JLC PCB, like I said, 5-day turnaround. I send in a PCB, they come back to me within 5 days. I have something in my hand that I can solder up, get together, and change. Mauser DigiKey, we're talking like 2 days. Next day, get your bill of materials together. Production seats. People think that electronics are often very, very complex things that like there's no way to kind of crack into it without taking a course. Read the data sheets. The data sheets, 99% of the time, will just tell you what the hell the thing does. Like, for instance, here, let me tell you how this board works. It's going to take literally a minute. RP2040 has an internal clock. The internal clock is unreliable. I got that off of the factory data sheet, so it needs an external clock. This is 12 megahertz. It needs 2 diodes that are tuned to the length of this path, because this clock is expecting the inductance on the wire to be a certain inductance. Cool, that's finished. Over here you have the flash, because the RP2040 doesn't have anywhere to store its programs. This is it. I wanted 16 megs because there's a voice model. If you've ever seen that meme that's like, John Madden, that one is done with the voice model that was from about 20 years ago. It was a chip that TI made. Super old, but it's a 5 megabyte file. It costs, the Pico only has a 2 megabyte flash on it. So that didn't work. It's another part I had to make in Craftsman. So this is 16 megs of flash from WinBond. This is the power, and this is a little bucket footer and 2 large caps to soak in things that are doing weird stuff. So what you have over here is a power transformer that takes the 5.5 volts from the USB connection here, and you can, here, it's on the back of the board, and then pass it through here. It takes the 5.5 conversion from the USB, turns it into 3.3 volt, which is what the RP2040 is existing. There's a bunch of these little bleed capacitors everywhere that take the excess noise being generated inside the board and turns it onto the ground plane, syncing everything. Congrats, we've made an RP2040. All of this can be read from the data sheets. It's written there. Like, you don't need to take a course. It's boring. Yeah, it's very boring. But if you want to make a custom board, it's not that difficult, and you can kind of make it pretty. Add your own stuff to it. I don't think I have anything else on there. I'm good at Photoshop. I did a bunch of graphic design college and stuff. So I'm sorry, that just takes time to learn. But the rest of this you can do quickly, easily, and remember, this cost me like $20 to order 50 of these for testing. And the first ones got fucked up and I lost $20. But guess what? I'm going to consider $20 a very good cost for learning. I will spend $20 every day for the rest of my life if I learn something good from it. Any other final questions before we catch up? How are we doing? On time.
You're the last speaker. So.
Oh, I'm the last speaker. I'm rushing things along. Do we have anything in chat?
Huh? Let me double check.
Last speaker.
I'm making a synthetic. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So first off, a comment, not a question, but I like this a lot, and I appreciate the effort that you put into it.
I can't sleep. Ever.
And then a question from Valent.
Yeah.
I'm making a synth head, but I'm having trouble getting the proportions right from my head. Any advice on ensuring the helmet isn't too big or too small?
So, like I said, originally when I started, that was a big worry for me. I was worried that this would look really silly on my head. Like too big, because that's another thing I see with fursuit heads is they're way too large. Oh, here's a fun story for you. Here, let's assemble this slightly because you guys are gonna. This is funny as hell. So I built this thing in CAT, right? Everything was perfectly fitted once again to the scan of my head. Next. Oh, okay, you're gonna actually make me. There we go. Everything is scanned. There's a scan of my head, and I built the suit around the scan of my head. Well, it turns out my neck's smaller than my head, and I had just modeled this to fit around my head very beautifully. So I printed out the first one when it was done, and I went, "Oh yeah." Oh fuck. So I did a little extrusion in Fusion where I just took a shape and I drew this shape. It is up cross shape, over cross shape. And then I took that profile and I tilted it downward at this plane and cut it through the entire head so that this part slides out. And also positively locks in. And it also is at an upward angle, so it actually has to work against gravity to come off of the head. But if a situation occurs where my head needs to be ripped out or something, it just comes apart. And you can see it there, just like a little cross. Let's see if I can see the camera for it. There you go. It's that same extrusion, and it's done throughout the entire head. And it slides all back together. So like that was another mistake I made. I didn't think about it, but because all my parts are being made so quickly, because everything is, again, 2 months for the entire thing start to finish. Concept of I wanted a first head to finish entirely. That's how you put that together. Now he had an issue with fitment around the size of his head. So the scan of the head is good. You don't have to use a scanner like this. You can use a much lower reference size. What I would recommend if I was them is I would take something that has like a really good end-to-end reference, like a ruler. And it'll look kind of silly, and I look kind of silly here, but it's not really that big of a deal if you take like 2 rulers and strap them to the sides of your face, and then use something like, what's that scanning app for the phone? You have to pay, but you get like 5 scans a day. I used to use it. Look on the App Store for phone scanning apps, where you take a bunch of pictures of your head, and get someone with steady hands to take a picture of you at set degree angles around your head. It'll process it into a 3D model. Now the model, like I said originally, isn't going to be the correct reference size. You're going to have to bring it in and bring it up to size, like I did here. But once you have it up to size, you know how big your head is, you know how big you're modeling everything, and you know exactly where that's all kind of going to go together. As far as making things really big or really small, you can also print out your head. It's not here, but I did have a printout of my head for these little guys. Like, you just scanned your head. Like, there's a bust at work of my head. Like, just sitting there. It was printed in gold filament, because I was like, I've scanned my head. I'm going to have a bust of my head. And there's a pencil holder in it. You shove it through the side of my head. So I thought that was a lot of fun. But you can do a lot of stuff with this. You're doing quick prototype. Yep.
Is there a Robert here?
Okay. There we go. Cool. Print a bunch of them. If you have a printer and you're making this part, model the head and then just make a bunch of little ones. Like I said earlier in the talk, I just made a bunch of little references to the helmet. I held it in my hand and looked at it in different lights and like, does this look good or not? Because frankly, because of the way that these visor works, and you said you're making a scent. He said he's making a scent, right? Yeah. If he's making a scent head, because of the way these visors work, there might be things under the visor, like the spool's under the visor, but it doesn't really apply that much. Like, people at a glance are going to see the shape roughly of the plastic first. So that's the most important shape that I can develop, is the shape of the plastic. And also, it's going to get grimy and have a little bit of an outside shape on it. And so I just prototyped the living crap out of these and printed them, as you can kind of see it there, just one layer. So it's done in 5-10 minutes. So I can print it out, take a look at it, make a small change, print it out, take a look at it, waste only 5 or 10 grams of plastic at a time. You're talking like $20 for a kilogram. You can print hundreds of these things. You can just iterate as fast as possible without ever having to worry about like, oh, am I going to get done by next weekend? Well, you probably will. You just keep iterating. And there's a bag in my closet that's just a bunch of these things. And I was like, oh, I'll keep them around. They're stacked up in there. One day I'll make like a little board when I can actually like go through and figure out, what order I made these things. Because I'm terrible at documentation. But in what order I made these things, I'm just going to mount them to the wall in the order they were prototyped. I think that'd be fun. Again, just build your process to be as fast as possible. Like I said, if you don't think it looks correct, you know it doesn't look correct, look at other things. Look at like for me, protogens never quite look right. They have to be a simple shape because of the simple vacuum forming that people have access to. They have to be a single, almost cylindrical kind of visor because that's the easiest shape to vacuum form and pull off of a block. I wanted a shape that's like very hard to do, that it looks very complex, because I'm a masochist, and I really like small engineering challenges, and that was a lot of fun to do. Like as many as possible. Just I cannot iterate as much unless there's a pile of failures behind you. You're not going to get what you want, because it kind of hurts to say to some people, because some people will be like, "Oh, where's the skill? Like, I want to develop the skill you have." I didn't like. That's kind of the word, develop. Like, you have to do it over and over and over, and there has to be a lot of failures. If you have any ego towards what you're doing, you're gonna fail, because you're going to, like, the amount of failures that involve, the amount of ego hits that it took to me every single time I fail and go, what am I going to do next? And if I go, oh, I fucked it up and walk away, I'm never going to approach that problem again. So every single time you run into a problem, you just go, this is a thing I need to solve. I have failed. I do not know the solution, but I will find the solution. And you just keep looking. And if you have been doing it for like 2 days and you can't think of something that'll do, look at other people's work. Like, you're not stealing from them. Like, like don't literally grab their work and use it, but be like, oh, okay, so I see that, like, this shape needs to be a certain way, and like I see that this, like the visor itself, that draft angle can kind of look that way. Or like, or you'll look at them and be like, I don't think that looks very good. Wait, am I doing that? Like, always be comparing and contrasting. Even like with artists, like, look at artists' work. Look at concept artists' work. They're better at it than you are. They're a lot better at designing things than you are. Do not steal any specific element. Like, do not go in there and be like, I like the exact looks of these exact buttons in this exact layout, in this exact part. But look at it and be like, oh, so if I make a rounded chamfer instead of a square chamfer, it looks more sci-fi. Cool, I'm going to do that. Or like, if I make random shapes here, it looks more sci-fi. Cool, we're going to do that. Don't steal the exact random shapes, but just know that, like, if you draw lines in this way, it looks more sci-fi. Or if you do something like this, it looks more retro. Or like even like this method with the screwdriver. I think I got that from like Adam Savage. Like, he was doing some prototyping on his website, and he was just like, oh, if you take a soldering iron and hit spray paint, it'll melt this way and keep it all sanitized and safe. Always be looking at other creators and taking their work and considering what they're doing and realizing that, like, with your project, you're an expert, but in no specific part of your project, you're an expert. Someone is better at you than doing all of this, and at some point, if you keep asking yourself, like, what is everyone else doing? If you stop seeing other people doing things, congrats, you're the expert. Like, but you have to look, and only by looking everywhere do you know that, like, oh, okay, I guess I'm just the only person doing this. And, like, talk to people. You would be surprised what you can do. You can email anywhere. Like, I had a college professor that I emailed for this, for my hydroponics batch project, because I was looking for something for a specific plant, and I was like, oh, these plants are dying when I'm putting in my hydroponics. I think it's actually, part of it's in here, because I was working on it earlier. What's in? Removal. There we go. This is part of the hydroponics batch project. When I was building these, I built a bunch of these, and I had them sitting there, and I had plants in them, and they all died. I was like, oh, that sucks. Like, I took plant sciences in college, so I was like, oh, I should be able to do this. Oh well, let me call A&M. And I just got a professor on the line. You can just do that. Like, a lot of times experts, especially professors, you can just call them, and if they're not doing anything, it turns out they're in that position because they're a nerd too. Just talk to them. They're not under NDAs. They're not under, like, holding any particular piece of proprietary. You're not going to talk to them and they're not going to be like, oh, I can't talk about that. Like, unless it's for a company that they're doing research for, everything else is fair. Reach out to whoever you can and email everyone else. Worst case scenario, they don't respond to you. Best case scenario, you're given some really good advice. And don't just send blank. Show the work you've done a little. Say, like, hey, here's the thing I'm working on. Do you have any advice about this one specific thing? Don't ask for broad general input. Notice that someone else is better than one particular thing than you, and go, hey, what would you say is better for this specific thing on this project? So they look at it, they go, oh, this person cares, they've spent time on it, it's worth my time to respond slightly. Or they don't respond at all. Cool, keep going. And if they steal that one particular part of your project, I don't know, like, you're going to keep doing it and you're going to keep building things. If everyone else is better at you in this particular part of your project, and that means that they shared it in a way that you got your hands on it. So get back a little. If you don't, like, finished is better than, done is better than finished. And more on top of that, failure is also a state for failure. Like, put things out there. If you fail completely on a project and you know you're not going to work on it anymore, publish it. I'm done with this site. Like, after DEFCON, I'm not going to use it anymore. This is going up on a wall. because I want to work on the next thing, and I'm not going to iterate on anything and build anything new if I just keep walking around with the same head. I said that about TFF, but I was like, yeah, DEFCON's not that for convention. We'll consider it one extra go. I have a little guilt about that, but whatever. It'll be used once or twice, and then we'll move on to the next thing. This was me prototyping all the tactics and methods I wanted to use to build the actual head that I had in mind. And along the way, I've given a bunch of people a process, especially protogens, which advisors protogens, to make things that are tougher. Because if you've ever walked up to a protogen and been like, crinkled and ass, their visors are real thick. They can go, like, they pop in and out really softly. I want protogens to have tougher visors. Again, I want to consensually punch a protogen in the face at some point, and I don't want to hurt their suit. They're real good at electronics, but like as someone who does a lot of mechanical engineering, they're not so great with the mechanical. Like they'll make very pretty mounts and rings for the inside of their helmets that holds all their electronics in place and everything's there, but they're missing some fabrication capabilities that I was kind of hoping to throw together with this talk. Let me punch a protogen. We got any other questions in the chat?
Nothing in chat.
Do you have any questions in the crowd? Projects? We can talk this shit after. Well, actually, it's 3:20. All right, I'm gonna pack up and run. I have a talk to go, Cat.
All right, let's have one last round of applause for Nam.
I'll be around all weekend.
So that concludes the end of our official talk track. We're going to be rolling into charity auction next. If you are done in this suite, we do ask just to clear up capacity that you can take drinks to go and vacate to make room for other people. Of course, if you are still doing stuff in here, you're welcome to stay, especially if you're participating in the charity auction. But because of our capacity issues, we're just trying to cycle people in and out. So if you are just here like on your laptop or something, please, we just ask that you go elsewhere. If you're socializing and hanging out with people, that's fine, hang out. But we just want to make sure that everybody who gets a chance to come up comes up. Again, we are allowing you to take drinks to go. You guys all paid for them as long as you're 21. So feel free to grab a drink. And yeah, we'll be setting up for the charity auction in just a few minutes. Thank you, everyone, and appreciate you attending our talks.